Need to play here, or what's the deal?
Look at Tom. You don't seem to understand. Let me help you. First base, Bugs Bunny. Pitching, Bugs Bunny.
There you go. And hits it.
Thanks.
I don't know how you're going to...
4, 3, 2, 1. Well, hello again, everybody, and welcome to Middle Township, Cape May Courthouse. Jeff Michaels, Tom Wallace here for CAL Baseball, and today's matchup pits the Buena Chiefs unbeaten in the CAL with a record of 11-0 against the Middle Township Panthers, who come in with a record of 6-1-1. We're just getting ready to get underway. It is a gorgeous day, and here's the first pitch by Mike Dean, and it's low for ball one. Bob Torres leads off for Buena. Bob is the center fielder. He'll be followed by George West and Phil Betts as the top three hitters, and the first three hitters of the ball game for the Chiefs. That one's low by Dean, 2-0. Dean looks in, and here's the 2-0 pitch. That one is down there, strike one, 2-1.
This is the first time I saw Dean this year, Jeff. He's 1-1 with one save with a 3.08 ERA.
Looks at ball three.
And lanky left-hander comes over the top, throws the curveball and the fastball with a little bit of an in-shoot there. And I think he's going to keep Buena off balance. We should have a humdinger here today.
That one's strike two, 3-2. Torres give the bat a little toss there, as if he was going to walk to first base. But it's called strike two, so the count runs full to 3-2. The first hitter for Buena, Bob Torres.
Yeah, that was a fastball about letter high. So far, Dean's got about 11 innings pitched so far this year.
That one is hit out into right center field, going back, and they are not going to get it. It's at the base of the fence, picked up and played back in, and a leadoff double for Bob Torres as the Chiefs get on underway early here with a double.
Torres just waited on that fastball right down the pike, drilled it to right center in the gap, two-base stand-up.
That'll bring up George West. We could take a look maybe, well, maybe not this second, but whenever we'll take a look at the whole batting order for the Chiefs. George is the left fielder. He's got Torres on second with that leadoff double, and he'll face Mike Dean. That one is ripped into left center field, and that is going to drop.
It's in the gap, Jeff. There he goes.
Torres will score. And stopping at second, we get back-to-back doubles is West with an RBI, and the Chiefs lead it by the score of 1-0.
Looks like the Chiefs came to Cape May Courthouse today with their sticks in their pocket because they're not holding back at all. They're swinging. And I want to tell you something. This team can play some ball.
Well, two gappers here to start things off, and that'll bring up Phil Betts. Phil will be the starting pitcher today for the Chiefs. He pits here in the third position to face Mike Dean, who is off to a tough start here. That one bounces up in front of the plate. Nice block there by Mike Barth, the catcher. Keep the ball in front of him. There's no advance by the runner. Nobody out yet. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one's beat down to Shelton at third. Ryan up with it, checks the runner, throws over to first to Elisano, and they get the first out of the ball game on a ground out to Ryan Shelton, one away.
That was a good play there by Ryan. He made his play, looked Look, that guy back to second base, made the throw over to first. No advancement on there. So a lot of times you'll find that third baseman just pick up and throw down, not try and hold that man at second. That was a nice play.
Cleanup hitter is number 10, Steve Lombardi. He's the catcher for the Chiefs, and he steps in. There's the defense as you see it for the Panthers. Elisano at first, Lusner at second, Donnie O'Neill's to short, Ryan Shelton at third. Brett Champion's in left, Dave Melchior's in center, and Greg Martin over in right. The catcher's Mike Barth, and the pitcher is Mike Dean. Here's a pitch to Lombardi up high, a ball, 1-0. Dean checking the runner back, and he walks back to second. That's West. West has driven in the first run of the ball game with a ringing double to left center field. And gets a pretty good lead off second. Here's the pitch. That's low and outside, a ball. Two 2-0 to count to Steve Lombardi. And Dean again checking the runner back, but he's not going anywhere right now. Now Dean will concentrate on the hitter Lombardi. That one's a called strike. Two and one the count to Lombardi.
It was a good curveball by Dean, but he better watch and he better not hang any more curveballs like that, because Buena's not a team that lets a hanging curveball goes by, as you can see by the first two hitters.
Here's the pitch by Dean. It's going to bounce up. Nice catch by Barth.
Yeah, Barth saved two of them already that were down low in the dirt. It's good defensive catch in there by Mike Barth.
3-1 the count to Steve Lombardi. First base is open, and Dean might have a tendency to be a little careful here at the cleanup hitter. Mike looks in at the 3-1 count. That one's popped up in the air down the right field line. Elisano. They chase it down out there and put it away, and it wasn't Elisano, it was the second baseman Lusner putting it away.
It was a major league fly ball. That ball was way up there. Lusner had to fight the wind a little bit. It blew it back, and he kind of gave it a basket catch. It was a good way to stop that ball, I guess.
So Chris puts it away, 2 gone. That brings up Chris Cavaro, the second baseman. So 2 gone, 1 run already in, and George West standing on second. Chiefs lead at 1-0. That one's up high, a ball, 1-0. The Chiefs undefeated, 11-0. Cape Atlantic League record up to this point. They have suffered 2 defeats outside of CAL play. Some 11-2 overall. Here's the pitch by Dean. That's outside a ball.
If you can remember that game we did last week with Bridgeton, and Bridgeton players were swinging at that high fastball, you're not going to see that today in Buena, because first of all, Buena's not going to go after. They're very disciplined hitters, and that's the teaching of their coach. Very disciplined team.
Dean is being careful here. He's 3-0 now to Cavaro. Henry Cifaloglio is on deck for the Chiefs. That's ball 4, a walk on 4 pitches. So Cavaro's a 2-out base runner. George West still over at second. Cabral at first, 2 gone. And Mike Barth is going to go out and talk to Mike Dean. '44 is Henry Cephaloglio, steps in now for the Chiefs.
Congratulations on that one. I don't know how you got that name out in one breath.
Years of practice. Years of practice mangling names. All right, Dean still in some trouble. Could get out of here relatively unscathed. That one is lifted, and it's into right field where Martin looks like he's got it. Puts it away to retire this side. For the Chiefs, 1 run on 2 hits, 2 big doubles. A leadoff one by Bob Torres and one by West to knock in the run. A walk, 2 left. We've played a half inning here at Courthouse. The Chiefs lead the Panthers 1-0.
These still aren't working, huh?
Oh, I don't know. Do it between the first and second hitter. All right, and then whenever you put up the other defensive thing, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2. We're back, bottom of the first, and strike 1 to Brett Champion. It'll be Champion, Martin, and O'Neill to face Phil Betts, the pitcher for the Chiefs. This one's bounced foul outside of first. Two strikes here to Champion. Betts takes a look in. Here's the 0-2 pitch. This one's beat off the plate. That's going to be a tough play over to from third. And he beat it out. So base hit, infield single.
Yeah, that was good speed by Champion going down there. He just flat out beat it out down there, going down the line.
So an infield single for Champion. Brings up the right fielder, Greg Martin.
Yeah, Greg Martin's batting .350 this year.
And he steps in here against Phil Betts. Champion's on first, and that's ball 1.
Well, we're going to see right now how Middle Township's going to play this today. We're going to see if it's a man moving on first.
He's going to get to second right here as we're going to have a wild pitch to move Champion up to second. So Betts now runs the count 2-0 to Martin and got that ball in the dirt and it bounced over the catcher's head.
Middle Township battling back.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Martin. Inside, 2-0. Donnie O'Neill on deck for the Panthers. And then Dave Melchior. That's Champion over at second. He's the base runner with nobody out. Tying run on second base.
He's 3 balls and no strikes, I believe, Jeff.
Probably right, I missed one. 3-1 now.
I'll tell you what, Jeff, what I like about this Betts kid, he's keeping the ball low. He's keeping the ball in and out of the strike zone. And if you're going to keep the ball low, you're not going to get the ball up in the air today.
This one is in the hole. It's a base hit. Champion rounding third. He's going to not try to score. He holds up. Now they've got Martin hung up. They're chasing him over to second. They're going to retire Martin. Champion will come around to score. So he scored after the single.
Buena sacrificing that out to, or that run to get that out.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Martin out going to second, but it allowed a run to score, and we're tied up here at 1-1.
I got a funny feeling that cutoff man thought that the champion was coming around the score. That's why, he made that play at second base.
So there's one out, but we're all tied at 1-1. And that is ball one from Betts to Don O'Neill. Dave Melchior will follow Don.
Donnie's batting 167 this year, but he's got some RBIs in some key spots.
Right back to Betts. Over to first, 2 gone. So O'Neill retired on the sharp grounder right back to the pitching box, and that brings up Dave Melchior. Dave, the center fielder, home run. Hit a home run last week in the TV game.
Yes, he did. Deep center field, if I'm not mistaken. Dave's with about a 296 batting average this year so far. Yeah, that shot that he hit last week was in left center, right over near our truck.
Up high a ball, 1-0. Betts has real good velocity, Tom.
Yeah, he's moving the
really
ball
pops,
around real nice.
Yeah, it pops into that glove. Whoa, swinging strike, 1-1 to Melchior.
I haven't seen too much breaking stuff off him. He's, like I said, he's moving the fastball up and down, and so far he's keeping the ball low. Good shot of the pitcher.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Whoa, he got around on that. That's down the line in left field. It's going to be a base hit. Played nicely out there, and still trying to go to second, and they are going to get him out. Tried to stretch the single into a double, but a nice play. Sepulveda, the left fielder, with a nice throw, and they put him out. So a single, but he was out going to second. There was 1 run, Tom, on 3 hits, and 2 base runners, however, thrown out going to second.
Yeah, that was not too good of a move there, going to second base, even with 2 outs. But Buena made that nice play, hit that relay man, and put a good tag on him at second base. And that's the end of the inning, and we'll be back here at Cape May Courthouse in just 1 second with the score: Buena 1, Middle Township 1.
As tend to happens in this great game, we're tied at 1-1. The guy that made the good defensive play leads off the inning, and here in the top of the 6th, it's Carlos Sepulveda, the left fielder. He'll be followed by Andy Cranock and Dan Torres. This one is popped out of play, down the right field line, strike 1.
As you could hear by our umpire, Tom Baruchian, back at the plate today, and Bob Mauger doing the infield. 2 good umpires here. They're young guys. They've been around for a while. They know the game, and they do a nice job with the kids. You got to give them a lot of credit.
I'll second that. 1 strike to Sepulveda. Oh, laid off that one just a little low, 1-1.
Yeah, I think Mike wanted that one. If he was going to get that pitch, he would have been in good shape the rest of the day. You start getting that low one, and you know you can keep the ball low, you're going to be in good shape all day long.
That one bounces up there. So 2-1 the count now to Sepulveda.
This is our English major, Jeff Michaels, today, pronouncing all of our difficult names.
Here's the 2-1 pitch, and that's low, 3-1 now. So Carlos has a chance to get on base, 3-1. As Dean is starting to run a little deeper into the counts here. That last inning, Tom, that was good defense by Buena on several occasions. Here's one down to second base. Lusner, that was a tough hop, throws it over to Elisano. And they retire Sepulveda one away.
That was a good play down there by Chris. He got in front of the ball, kept his body and his butt down, which you have to do. Made a good basket catch, made a nice soft throw over to first base. He was our pitcher last week. Boy, he did a real good job last week when he was pitching. Boy, he kept his curveball moving, kept everybody off balance. And now this week they got him at second base, and they moved Greg Martin
out to right field.
Around the right field.
Outside of ball to Andy Cranock. Cranock's the right fielder for the Chiefs. Buena scored their run back in the first when Bob Torres led off with a big double into right center. And George West smoked one in the gap between into left center right after him. So they had back-to-back doubles. This one's lifted into center, and it's put away by Melchior, so there's 2 down.
We have a real good shot there from our center field camera. And you people are going to get a good look today at the pitching, both by Buena and Middle Township, because they're going to do a fine job back there. You're going to see the ball breaking down. You're going to see the ball moving in and out.
2 outs here in the top of the second. Dan Torres steps in for the Chiefs to face Mike Dean. Dean's given up 2 hits, and they, of course, were the first 2 batters in the ball game. Mike looks in, and here's the pitch. Whoa, that's way over his head.
Good shot of number 5, Torres, spunky little third baseman for Buena Chiefs.
Here's the pitch from Dean. That's called strike. Two and 1 the count to Dan Torres. Oh, nice pitch by Dean. Evens the count at 2 and 2.
That's what we were talking about a couple minutes ago, if he was going to give him that low ball or not. Now, that was right around the same zone as where the other one was, as you've seen on our camera there. But Barugi gave him that one.
Pitch at the knees. Here's the 2-2 delivery. That one's hit down the short. O'Neill is up and throws over to Elisano to retire Torres and end the inning. 3 up, 3 down, nothing across for Buena here in the top half of the second. We've played an inning and a half here at Courthouse. The Chiefs won, the Panthers won. Yes, sir. That's Phil Betts, the pitcher for Buena. Jeff Michaels and Tom Wallace here. We're tied at 1, and Chris Leusner steps up for the Panthers to face Phil Betts. It'll be Leusner, Elisano, and Shelton, the scheduled 3 here in the last of the second. Up high, ball 1.
Chris Leusner with a .429 batting average. For a sophomore, that's number 1 on the team.
This one's in the gap, a base hit, or in the hole, actually, a base hit.
That's right. He went with that fastball, put it right in the hole. Good bit of hitting by Leusner. That's not going to hurt his batting average either. Sure, the coach is impressed with that young kid.
And I'll tell you what, Betts looks like a strong pitcher, but they've been able to make contact. That is the 4th hit for Middle, and it's only excellent defense that we started to mention in the we spoke a few minutes ago that Buena was able to get people out going to second base.
Yeah.
They got the run down. They gave up the run when Champion scored, but that was a good play by that right fielder to keep him from coming in on the single. Nice block by the catcher.
You're right, and the reason behind that is this kid Betts has not showed him anything off speed to keep him off balance, and they're just sitting back on that fastball, and they're just drilling it.
This one is down to second base. He kicks it a little bit and can't make a play. So an error on the second baseman, Cavero, puts runners at first and second with nobody out.
Yeah, E4. It took a bad bounce there on Cavero, and he tried to rush it a little, catching on the hop. Couldn't make the play. Middle Township sitting here with no outs and a man on first and second. Now, as tight as this game's going to be today, and he's down there flashing his signs to him, I know Shelton's a power hitter. You got one man in scoring position, but I'd sure like to have two because there's not many runs going to be scored in this game today.
Okay, let's see how Coach Syme plays. It's swinging away and fouling that back. And I hope back.
We're wrong again, Jeff, as we.
Strike one to Shelton. Shelton delivered in the game on TV last week against Bridgeton.
Right. He sure did. He had a solid rocket, if you remember.
I think he had 3 or 4 RBIs in that particular game with solid base hits. 1 strike to Ryan Shelton, 2 on and nobody out here. Last of the second of a tie ball game. File straight back.
There it was again, right down the old pike with a fastball. So far, Shelton's seen 2 of them. Let's see what kind of sequence that Betts goes with.
That one's a base hit to left. Sepulveda's up with it, and they're not going to send Lusner. He's going to hold up, so the solid single to left loads up the bases.
Well, Coach made smart move on third base by holding Lusner because the ball was out in the left field so fast that Lusner didn't have much of a chance to score. He would have been dead meat at home plate. Now Middle's sitting with the bases loaded and nobody out, and Buna's going to have to bring the infield in.
And that'll bring up Mike Barth, the catcher. So Mike's got the bases loaded, nobody out. Bottom of the second. Lusner at third, Elisano is at second, and the runner at first is Ryan Shelton.
We're playing this tight here today.
Yep.
Umpires are making their warning for the helmets. In high school ball, Cape Atlantic League, and I'm sure is it all over, you have to keep your helmet until you get back into the dugout or back into your area, and you got to keep it on. And it's a good rule, and it's a good thing they enforce that rule.
And it's a good thing to warn first before any other action's taken, so that was also well done by the umpiring crew, and that's outside for ball 1 to Barth.
Yeah, well, you'll find that with Barugi. He's in charge out there, and he doesn't make any rash decisions before he lets these kids know.
This one is to shortstop. They're not going to come home. Let's see if they try. There's one, and they turn a nice double play. Run scores. There'll be no RBI. Lusner does score, but Barth grounds into a double play. So Elisano is now the only guy left on base. He's at third. Shelton is out. Barth is out. And that brings up the pitcher, Mike Dean.
Well, that's what Betts needed. He needed that ground ball. It was a sharp ground ball to short. They turned a double play. It's close play at first base, but give Buena credit. You know, they don't give you any runs. You got to earn them.
Ball 1 to Dean.
Just getting all nervous here today because it's about 75 degrees.
It's wonderful here today.
That's all we
in
need.
Sharp contrast to last week.
We just need the peanuts and
peanuts
and the cold beer, and we'll be on tap.
That was your classic, I believe, 6-4-3 double play. So there's 2 gone. Elisano is left over there on third. And there's a strike.
The fastball caught the inside part of the plate knee high, and Berube gave it to him. So Berube is a pitcher's umpire.
2-1 the count here.
Kind of makes Jeff happy.
Whoa, swinging strike. 2-2 now to Dean.
Because last week we had a hitter's umpire.
No, actually, Not really. It was just when that second pitcher got in. Mercado, I believe his name was.
That was his name. That game was going along real nice. That was a good game for about 4 or 5 innings.
As long as it was Blizzard and Loosener, it was good.
Yeah, it was a good game, but then it got carried away a little bit.
3-2, run the count full to Dean. And he calls him out of there.
Good pitch on the outside part of the plate. Dean stood there and looked at it. Middle Township gets 1 out of that. They should have had more with the bases loaded. Oh, boy.
1 run on 2 hits. There was an error, and there was 1 left on. After 2, the Panthers take the lead. Middle 2, Buena 1. What did Bugs Bunny do?
Want me to do the scoreboard?
What's with the carrot? Yeah.
Welcome back to Middle Township. With the score, Middle 2, Buena 1. Middle has 5 hits, Buena with 2. No, 5. What do they have up there? 5 hits?
5 hits.
Yeah,
they had
5
the correct
hits.
amount of hits. Bob Torres, George West, Phil Betts to face Mike Dean, and ball 1 to Bob Torres. Torres doubled to right center field his first time up, and then scored immediately after that when George West doubled to left center. So he's 1 for 1. Throws one inside, 2-0 the count to Torres. Middle had the bases loaded, nobody out last inning, and had to settle for only 1 run, but it's enough to give them the lead. And now Dean runs the count 3-0 to Bob Torres.
I found out a little story about that helmet warning, and that helmet warning wasn't even on a player. It was on the coach of first base, and that's kind of sticky because the next one that they get, the guy is out of the game.
4 straight pitches and a walk. So Torres with a leadoff walk brings up George West, the shortstop who started the big double play that bailed Phil Betts out of the last inning. West doubled and drove in a run back in inning number 1. He's 1 for 1. I would assume, Tom, that's Coach Salvo that coaches at third base.
Yeah, Salvo's a good coach out there, and he's really good with the kids. But if our cameramen are ready, boy, you better keep your eye on first base because I see some fireworks down there.
Ball 1. 5 pitches, 5 balls right now for Dean. Kind of digging himself in a little hole here. There's a strike, 1-1. Phil Betts, the pitcher, is on deck for the Chiefs. We are basking in about a 70 degree day.
It's like Myrtle Beach, I'm telling you.
Unbelievable. One of our cameramen, Chris Jones, actually was hitting a few balls before they were setting up. He had his golf club here. He's going to try to work on it again after the game, maybe.
If I would have known that, I would have brought mine with me. Here comes the Buena softball team.
High, here's the throw down the second, and getting in safely is Torres. Good backup there to prevent him from going further by Melchior.
That was a good backup. Yeah, it was. Torres could have got up there. That was good camera work by our cameramen there. They had the same idea.
So Torres gets down to second with nobody out. And now we're back here with West. Two balls and 1 strike the count. Thank you, Mr. Baruki. As I had kind of forgotten, time is called.
You never forget, Jeffrey. You just make it up. Make it up as it comes along.
That wouldn't be accurate then. This is in the hole.
Tie
Gets
ball
by
game.
O'Neill, a base hit. Torres rounds third, and they hold him up. So a single to left moves Torres to third. West is the base runner. He's now 2 for 2. So runners at the corner, nobody out. And it brings up Phil Betts, who can really help his own cause here, the pitcher.
Yeah, Phil's not going to let this opportunity slip by him. Well, with a man on third, a man on first. 1 run down. You're going to have to be careful of that man on first base again.
All right, Betts steps in. He gets the go-ahead. Dean in big trouble here. Chiefs at the corner, nobody out. Squaring the bunt. I don't know if that was for advertisement or what, but it's ball 1.
Whether it be for advertisement or not, it's not a bad idea right in this situation. That man on third doesn't have to come, but that man on first can go right into second, and then you got a man on second and third. Give away that out with your pitcher every time.
There's that little fake throw there over to first, and Torres did not leave third, so runners remain at the corners.
What a good spot for our Chinese fire drill, Jeff, that we saw last week.
I'm still trying to. I had to watch the tape on that one because I was completely fooled. They would have got me at second too. Here's a ball. Of course, I'm not sure I would have done the gut to second in the first base or in the first place, but you know.
Come on, buddy. Make him swing, buddy. Don't care what it is.
Okay, Betts hanging in here. Here's the pitch from Dean. That one's in the left field. Champion's got it. Torres is
going to score that run.
Here he comes. O'Neill is going to send it home, but he's going to score. Now the ball gets a little bit loose, and on that play, Betts will go, or Betts will West moved up to second. Best retired on the sacrifice fly out, and scoring was Torres, and we're tied up again at 2-2.
2-2. Betts did his job. He got his man in. But Donnie O'Neill at shortstop should have held that ball because he was in. He was, you know, he had no play at home at all. And that just let that man get to second base and put him in scoring position now.
Steve Lombardi, the catcher, he popped out to Leusner, who made a good play out in short right field his last time up. Dean steps off to check West back to second. 1 out, runner on, and we are tied now again at 2-2. That one skips up there, ball 1. 1-0 to Lombardi. Chris Cavaro, the second baseman, is on deck for the Chiefs. So Buena has gotten very good production now. They're top 3 hitters. Lombardi lays off that outside pitch. Mike Barth kind of held it there for a minute to give the umpire another chance to look at it.
Well, that was a little high, and Lombardi was kind of wanting that one.
West gets a little bit of a lead off second. Here's the pitch by Dean. That was another nice scoop by Barth as the pitch was low and in the dirt. Count is 3-0 to Steve Lombardi. Here's one away. Dean looks in. Here's the pitch. That's a strike. Three and 1 the count to Lombardi.
I'm surprised Lombardi didn't have the green light on that with a man on second base. You got your cleanup hitter there. 3-0. The ball's right down the pike.
And he walks him. Second walk issued in the inning, third of the game for Mike Dean. So with only 1 out, there's 2 runners on. West at second, Lombardi on first, and Chris Cavaro, second baseman, steps in. Chris Drew will walk his first time up back in inning number 1.
I'm taking a look at the coach at third base for Buena. And every guy that gets on base, he's telling them the situations before anything happens. And that's exactly what you need from a coach instead of somebody just standing up there saying, "Come on, guys, let's go, do this, do that."
little
I'm serious.
bingo,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Because these guys on base too, they don't know what every situation is.
That's the ball.
Ooh, he wanted that. He framed that. That looked like it was on the inside part of the plate.
And Mike has struggled here with his control in this inning. Here's the pitch. That's a strike, 1-1. Middle would be a big beneficiary if they could get 2 here. 1 away and 2 on here in the top of the third. Buena 2 and Middle 2. Here's Dean, and they're concerned with West over at second base.
Yeah, they'd be concerned at West at second base, but nobody's covering over there. Loser's not covering, Donnie's not covering, and then when they do cover, he's coming right home. So they got to get their communication down a little better.
Well, we lead off that. That was a nice looking pitch there, but it dropped out of the strike zone.
Yeah, he had him leaning for that slider coming across there.
2 balls and 1 strike to count to Kevereau. Whoa, swinging strike, evens the count at 2-2. He was thinking long distance there, Tom.
Yeah, he was thinking long distance,
looking to
but
dial
you ain't gonna drive that fastball down low inside like that for any kind of distance. That was a good sinking fastball. That was a nice pitch. That had a lot of heat on it. You could hear it from in here.
Count even at 2-2 to Kevereau. A little bit of an off-speed pitch is grounded foul outside of third. Shelton catches it, but it's in foul ground. Count holds at 2-2.
Good communication there between Dean and Barth, the catcher for Middle Township, is with the count like that, trying to keep him off balance with a little change up there, a little curveball. Got around on a little bit, drove it foul. Well, a good situation. Everything's going on this one.
That one's fouled out of play. Count holds at 2-2.
Almost beamed our cameraman up here on the truck.
That's the golfer up there. Mr. Jones. 2-2. The count to Chris Kevereau. Pitch. Fouled straight back. That was up high and out of play. Count continues at 2-2. We are out of baseballs at the present time. Home plate umpire is gathering them. Coach Syme is rubbing up some brand new ones.
There's our
with some dirt, and there they come.
umpire, Barugi.
Count continues to be 2-2 to Kevereau on new baseballs here. George West is at first. George West is at second. Steve Lombardi is at first. 1 away and 1 run already in here in the top of the third, 2-2. This one is down to Shelton, and it's foul. Kevereau wearing out the pitcher here, fouling these balls off.
Hearing all kinds of noise here in my earphones.
sounds like Chopper 13. All right, Dean will look back in. Counts 2-2. 2 on, only 1 out, top of the third. Can they look back at West? Here's the pitch. It bounces up there and then gets away from
Runners
Barth.
are moving
Everybody
up.
the base. So now the count's 3-2 to Keveraux. And on the wild pitch, everyone moves up one. So now first base open and a full count to Keveraux. Henry Cifaloglio, the first baseman, is on deck.
Yeah, well, that pass ball just hurt Middle Township because that takes him out of the double play. Makes things a lot easier for Buena right here.
Pitch by Dean. He got him.
Strike 3 on the inside part of the
Big strikeout.
That's right, nice pitch. Dean needed that one.
I believe the rule there, Tom, was indeed the catcher had to tag him after he dropped that. Is that correct with
Right.
first base open there?
Yeah. Yeah, with first base open. Well, that, you know, instead of going down, that's the smartest thing to do is tag him right there.
Don't want to
Dean
start
needed-
throwing the ball around the infield.
No, absolutely not. And Dean needed that. He needed that strikeout. Now you got 2 outs.
2 outs, and they're invoking that 2-out pinch runner rule that we talked about a little bit last week. And that Brian McKelvey is now running over at second base for Lombardi.
Yeah, Lombardi in high school now for the pitcher and the catcher with 2 outs, you can have a pinch runner, which I think is a good rule. Helps the game faster.
Down the Shelton at third, and he kicks it. That was going to be a little bit of a tough chance, but Ryan looked like they were going to get out of the inning, but he wound up with the error. Scoring from third was West, and now Buena has a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, that was a hot shot ball down to third base, and it didn't look like it took a bad bounce, but kind of like handcuffed Sheldon down there. He would have had a hard play at first base, but I think that runner would have stayed at third. But now Buena with a man on first and third and 2 outs. And they got that very important run in.
That's ball 1. Oh, they're going to send him home. O'Neill with the throw, and a good block by Barth, and he got him.
Oh, yeah, what a good play by Donnie O'Neill, backing him up, back of shortstop, and back of that pitcher right there. Cut the ball off, brought it home, and had him dead to rights at home plate.
So strong defense there, but the damage done. 2 runs on, there was only 1 chief hit in that inning. There were a couple of walks and a very costly error and a sacrifice fly. After 2.5, 3-2,
Yeah.
Buena leads. Due up, champion Martin and O'Neill.
Due up. We'll be right back.
Due up. Way up high, a ball 1-0. It'll be champion Martin and O'Neill here in the bottom of the third. And we have seen a lot of action.
Yeah, a lot of action, good baseball, and a 3-2 ball game.
That's a nice pitch, 1-1. Middle has gotten more hits than the Chiefs. The Chiefs have made better use of it. This is the shortstop West. Over to first and 1 down. 1 away here in the third, and Greg Martin steps in.
Champion made good contact with the ball right to the shortstop. Made a nice play on it, stayed down on the ball. And that's what you'll find on these Buena infielders. Watch when they make the play, folks, back when you see them at the camera. They stay down on the ball till the ball comes to them.
Martin singled with champion on second base back in the first. He singled sharply. They held up Brett, and then they caught Martin in a rundown. He was out going to second, but in that ensuing play, champion came around to score the Panthers' first run. This is down to West. George up and throws over to Safiglioli. Ground out 6.
I didn't hear what you said, Jeff.
Cifaloglio. I'm
a-
sorry, Henry. 2 gone. Both 2 outs to shortstop George West. So Betts with a chance to have the first 1-2-3 inning for him in the ball game. The second inning was a 1-2-3 job for Mike Dean. Donnie O'Neill, who made the good play on the double steal, throwing out the base runner at home plate.
You know, a little bit
Looks
later
a
on.
strike one.
I'm sorry. A little bit later on, if we can get a shot at this this catcher, number 10, Lombardi.
Yeah.
He gets real low and gives this.
Here's one out to right center, racing after it, and making the catch out in center field was Bob Torres to retire the side.
Yeah, Donnie got a hold of that one, but it hung up in the air. He made a nice play out there.
So 3 up, 3 down, nothing across for Middle. After 3 full innings of play, the score, the Chiefs 3 and the Panthers 2.
Here we are back at Middle Township Field with Buena leading Middle Township 3-2, and we would be remiss if we didn't read off our sponsors, Jeff, because that's they're exactly what makes things go here, and that's the Bellevue Restaurant, National Associates, National Westminster Bank, and Dr. Andrew Drake. And we would like to thank these people for donating their time and their money and their effort to Cape Atlantic baseball and also Middle Township baseball.
Thank you. Carlos Sepulveda is now with a count of 1-1. It'll be Sepulveda, Cranock, and Dan Torres to face Mike Dean. Dean got through these 3. 1-2-3 in the second. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Sepulveda. Fouled back, and hopefully it's out of play. 1-2.
Dean got a good break on that one because that was a high fastball, and Sepulveda went after something that was out of strike zone. We were talking about that a little while ago, but they look so good when they're coming up like that, big and fat.
So 1-2 the count, Carlos Sepulveda. Chiefs with the 3-2 lead. Here's the pitch from Dean. That one's down to O'Neill. It's short. That was a tough play. And it's going to get out in the center field.
Jeff's holding his hands out like, what do I give him? Well, I'll tell you what. You're going to have to give him a hit on that. And that's not being generous or anything like that, because that was a rocket ship down to short, and it was a short hop, and that's the only thing O'Neill could do is try and snag that ball on the up. So hits are hard to come by. Let's give him one.
The 4th hit then for the Chiefs, and that brings up Andy Cranock. Cranock flew out to center field his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Sepulveda, the runner at first. Here's the pitch. Bunted down the third baseline, foul. Strike 1.
I'm always kind of easy when it comes to giving hits out. It's like good nature.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Then I immediately grab my pen and start putting an E down. I mean, it's just, you know, I defer to you on that one.
Buena trying to move that man over, score in position, try and pad their lead a little bit.
Move over there back safely was Sepulveda.
Trying to pick up them signs at third base, but they're a little bit too confusing for me.
Cranock was giving him a good look there. There goes the
There he
runner.
goes.
High pitch, and he is going to get him. Yes, sir.
Yes, he did too. That was a good.
Nice toss by Barth to erase Sepulveda.
You know, the good part about that with Barth is he didn't hurry his throw. He received the ball, cocked, threw. It was good speed on that going down to second base. That was on a line. Donnie O'Neill made a good tag on him.
Mike fired somebody out last week, too, from Bridgeton. He has an excellent arm. That was a nice peg. I thought he had the base stolen. He got a real good jump over there.
You know, if he would have slid to the outside part of the bag, he might have had that base beaten.
That's low.
Because it looked like Donnie made that tag up close in front of second base.
That was fouled back. That might have been out of the strike zone. But Cranock went fishing.
What a day to fish.
Believe the count's 2-2 to Andy Cranock. Sort of wildlife there on the table. Dean taking a good look here at the signs. Here's a 2-2 pitch. That's runs it full now, 3-2.
You know, so so far both of these.
We are available for diction lessons after the game.
So far, both of these pitchers really have complete control of the game, and they're pitching a real fine game. Keeping the ball over the plate, letting their infield do the work, letting their outfield do the work. And as you can notice, the game's moving along real nice. It's a good ball game. It's not a boring ball game. You know what I mean, Jeff?
Not at all. Here's the pitch.
He gets right
out of
down there. Boy, he had that breaking ball. Broke right down across the inside part of the plate. Barugi gave him that strike.
So they ring him up out looking. That's the second strikeout for Mike Dean. So 2 gone and Dan Torres. With the bases empty, he'll try to get something going for the Chiefs. Dan grounded out to O'Neill at shortstop his first time up. Back in inning number 2, he's 0 for 1. Here's the pitch. That's a strike. Buena fans were not happy with that one. 1-1 the count.
Are being a little boisterous back there, doing their own umpiring.
Count even at 1-1 to Dan Torres. Oh, nice off-speed pitch.
Yeah, that was a good change up there. Had him way out in front of that. Getting back to them fans, it's the same all over. You got home field advantage, it's called, boy.
1-2 the count to Torres. There's a nice crowd here today, Tom.
Yeah, we have a bigger crowd today than we did against Bridgeton. We have a lot of people down here from Buena.
Yep. It's fouled off the screen. I was ducking.
Well, we're sitting up here in Middle Township in our super box booth.
1-2 the count to Torres. I wonder, not only does Bridgeton, of course, has a very successful program, and they've been successful with it for a number of years. There's also like a good 30 or so degree difference in temperature versus last week as that pitch is outside. 2-2 the count now to Dan Torres. There you get a look at the crowd, and it is gorgeous here. It is as good as it looks.
Yeah, the baseball crowd comes out when the weather's warm. Take advantage of it because it's going to get nasty next week.
There's a bouncer in the plate. Full count now to Torres. Mike would probably do himself well to go right after this young man here. Doesn't want to give up a walk to keep this inning going. He's had trouble with the top of the order for Buena, and don't want to start him off there with a guy on base.
No, he wants to come right at him.
Full count. 3-2 pitch. That one is down and over O'Neill, a base hit.
Yeah, there's not much Donnie could do to that one. Just dive. Even if he would have stopped that ball, he would have never had a shot at him at first base.
So a single to center for Dan Torres. With 2 gone here in the 4th, brings up Bob Torres. Bob doubled and scored a run back in the 1st, walked, stole a base, and scored back in inning number 3.
What if they're brothers?
He's 1 for 1. 5 will get you 10.
5 will get you 10.
Believe they are. Mike Barth's going to go out to talk to Mike Dean.
I just hope this weather stays until sometime tomorrow anyway, because they're going to have a barn burner down at Lower Township tomorrow at 11 o'clock, and the Hamilton's coming in to play Lower Cape May.
That should be a good one.
Yeah, when they get together, they always have a fight out there. Well, not literally fans, a fight, but they go tooth and nail at each other.
Meeting on the mound here. How did Lower ultimately do, Tom, in that tournament? I know they had split the first 2 games. They won the first, lost the second in 11 innings.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, going down to Florida for the first year in the competition that's down in Florida, and the competition that was there, like I said, they had teams from California, Texas, Long Island, New York. So they had a good caliber of play down there. Like I said, they won that first game 3-2. Greg Chu got the win, pitched a nice game there, and then they came back and they had Greg come back in relief the next night. And they lost it in the 9th or the 10th, if I'm not mistaken, 5-4. So they ran into bad luck there, and then they turned around and lost the final game 8-4. But there was a nice showing, and I'm sure the kids enjoyed themselves. So they're back home now, getting ready to play their Cape Atlantic and try and get some of the bugs out that they had there. I'm sure Coach Weeks wants them to get the bugs out.
And Coach Syme has now had a big meeting at the mound, and they've talked over what they're going to do here. There's 2 out. Torres is on first, and here is Bob Torres. Strike 1, good pitch. As Dean goes right after him.
Yeah, lefty to lefty here. Show him a couple curveballs. Make him go out and swing after that ball. And then brush him inside fast and high, and you got him. Chalk him up in the book with a K. It's a Bic.
Should they get on? There's a move over, and back safely is Dan Torres. If they get that far, West is up next, and George, the shortstop, besides playing sparkling defense, is 2 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored. Here's the pitch to Torres. That's up high.
If you're going to do that, come up and do it.
Coach Syme's being a little vocal there with his catcher.
Tell Mike if he maybe let go of the ball when he was thinking about it. That guy was kind of off first, was Dan Torres. Might have got him.
Yeah, well, you saw that last week with that kid from Bridgeton.
Oh, yep. He threw
Threw to
down
everybody.
every base.
The only person he didn't throw to was us.
There's a high pitch. Let's see if he can get him again. No, in there safely. Stolen base for Torres. Mike had a nice pitch to handle up there,
Perfect
but
pitch to get down the second on.
Torres has a very good speed, and he was able to get down the second.
Now it's up to brother Torres to bring him in.
With 2 out, and now the runner in scoring position. Two balls and 1 strike to count to Bob Torres. Dean looks in. Now 3-1, and Mike didn't know where the ball was. He was able to pick it up. 3 balls and a strike to Torres.
Coach Symes knew where it was. Usually you're going to have your pitcher, your coach, the guys on the sideline or whatever telling that catcher where the ball's going to be, and he just has to listen to it, that's all.
Yep.
Because with that mask on, he can't see nothing.
Right, once he's lost it right there at his feet, it's very difficult to see. Especially when I think initially he thought he had it right in his glove. That's ball 4. So now a bit of an uprising here for the Chiefs. They got runners at first and second with 2 out, and it brings up the very dangerous George West.
Yeah, this is not the spot that he wanted to be in. I think he would have rather had that pitch to that other kid, Torres. You don't want to dig himself a hole here. He's got 2 outs.
West doubled and drove in a run back in the first. Singled and scored a run back in the third. George 2 for 2. Phil Betts, the pitcher, is in the on-deck circle for Buena. Should they get that far?
They get that far. Betts was up last inning or inning before that with the bases loaded too. Helped himself.
Yep, with a sacrifice fly RBI. Ball 1.
In high school, you're going to find that most of your pitchers are probably one of your best athletes anyway, because they see him, Betts over there foaming at the mouth, waiting to get up. Help his own stats.
That one's popped up. It should be playable. Shelton, Barth, and it's going to drop in between everybody in foul territory.
That dropped in between everybody because Shelton lost it while it was up in the lights, and he's up in the lights, up in the.
What
Getting
lights?
so nervous, the plane went over and grabbed the ball.
Oh,
He lost the ball. He lost the ball
Yeah, I
right
can
up there,
see-
and it's up to the catcher then to, to say, it's me. But it dropped right in between them both.
there were a lot of Panthers standing there, but the ball settled nicely in between everybody. So now West with a new life, and this kind of a play can really come back to do some damage. 1-1 here to
this
West.
Hurt you.
Dan Torres is at second. Bob Torres is at first. They're the base runners. There's two going here in the top half of the fourth. Buena already with the 3-2 lead, and they're threatening again. Here's the pitch. Fouled at the plate. Count now even at 2-2 to George West.
Dean has made a good pitching sequence here. He kept looked like he threw a little slider there to keep him off balance there, and then if these guys are in communication, I come right up on him inside with a fastball, try and jam him out of here. Not that high.
Way up high, 3-2.
Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners will be going.
Pitch by Dean, there go the runners. That one is smoked, the base hit in front of Champion. Torres rounds third, he will score. Ball not cut off. Now they have West hung up. Oh, and he's gonna score. They still have him. They're gonna try to get the third out, but yet another run is scored as both Torreses come to score during the rundown.
Oh, Coach Sines is not one happy camper out there now. I want to tell you that.
Nope. 2 runs, 3 hits. There were no errors, and there was nobody left. Ultimately, the
Yeah.
base runners scored, and they
Yeah,
got the other
mental
guy.
lapse right there on behalf of Middle Township.
This might break it open now, Tom.
Yeah, Buena took advantage of it, and you have to give him credit for that.
Chiefs are on top by the score of 5-2.
Oh, baby.
Right now, the star of this game, I would say, is George West. He's provided a lot of punch in the scoring. He's knocked in 2 runs. He's 3 for 3, gotten that run down that let another runner go in. Now Buena has stepped out to a 5-2 lead. We have Melchior, Lusner, and Elisano in here to face Phil Betts, who has a little bit of a cushion now.
Yeah, with the cushion that Betts has, is all he should do is come right down the pike.
That one's a check swing lifted out into right field. And coming in to put it away was Andy Cranock, went away. 1 out here, bottom of the 9th. Chris Lusner, the second baseman, steps in. Lusner singled to lead off the second inning and scored a Panther run. He's 1 for 1. This part of the lineup produced a lot of noise in the second inning. Ball 1.
Yeah, that
As they
second
got
inning.
2 hits, but they did ultimately hit into a double play. Mike Barth hit into a double play that was, and then Dean was caught looking. That ultimately bailed out Betts. There's a strike.
That was an important inning right there for Middle Township with the bases loaded like that. And only
Nobody
getting
out.
1 run out of it. That was an important inning because that would have changed the tone of this game.
No, way that one. Ball and 2 strikes now to Chris Lusner with Nick Elisano in the on-deck circle. Here's the pitch from Betts. Up high, a ball, 2-2.
I was talking about it a couple innings ago, taking a look at this Lombardi when he gets down there. He gives you that Pena look down on the plate, keeping his glove real low, keeping his pitcher down low, and that's what you want in a good catcher, keeping his glove low.
Lusner having a good at bat here, 3-2, and he works a walk. So good job by Chris Lusner. Draws the walk with 1 out here in the last of the 4th, and that brings up Nick Elisano. Nick reached on an error by the second baseman Chris Kevereau back in the 2nd inning.
That was a good tough at bat by Lusner, because he was down in the count there and worked himself on, which middle needs, and they need some base runners. Down 3, and they got to get something going, and they have to get it going now, Jeff.
Elisano will try to deliver. He looks inside at ball 1, 1-0. Ryan Shelton in the on-deck circle. He delivered a single, but they did not send Lusner home back in the 2nd inning. He ultimately scored on the double play. Ball Mike Barth hit.
There's a good shot of Chris at first base.
And Coach Salvo is going to go out here to talk about this, and we're going to have a big meeting at the mound.
Yeah, Coach Salvo can't be happy. You got a 5-2 lead. Bring the ball over the plate. Let Middle Township do the hitting. Let's see if they can get the base hits.
That was quick and to the point. He's had his say. Now the chief players are continuing to talk. So Betts will be ready here to pitch.
Good
to Nick
shot
Elisano.
of our fans out there in Middle Township. I think I know that young lady sitting there.
Chris Lusner, the base runner at first. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. 5-2, the Chiefs are on top. And they move over there to keep Chris close. Here's the stretch and the pitch. High and outside.
Betts is a lot more effective working out of the windup instead of the stretch the way he is now. He's leaving the ball hanging up high. He's not following through.
That one's through the box, but it's going to turn into an easy double play. Oh, he pulled him off the bag. Safe. Well, that was fortunate. He hit it right up the middle there.
Well, Buena had that shift on for the left-handed batter, and the shortstop was playing almost over on second base, so
Right.
that was hit directly. And it was a tailor-made double play, but drew the first baseman off the bag.
So Elisano reaches on a fielder's choice as West made the put out over at short, or over at second actually, and then Elisano's safe as the throw, pulling the first baseman off the bag. Here's Ryan Shelton with 2 gone and a runner on first. Ryan singled back in the 2nd. Smokes this down to 3rd, but it's going to be a good play here. Long throw, and they get him. As Dan Torres scoops that up.
Nice play by Torres down there at third base. Scooped it right up, made the throw over to first, and Middle Township goes down. No runs.
No hits, no errors, and 1 man left. After 4, actually, the score is 5-2. The Chiefs lead the Panthers. All right.
Yeah, we're ready.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
5-2, Buena On top, Phil Betts steps in. West with the big hit in the 4th inning to drive in the 2 runs. He was scored the first Torres, Dan Torres, cleanly with the single to left. And he was in a rundown long enough for Bob Torres to score. This is foul.
Whoa, baby.
That's hit a long, long, long way, but foul.
That thing was out over the batting cage out there.
Just a long strike for Phil Betts. Betts, Lombardi, and Kevereau to face Mike Dean here in the top half of the 5th inning. Mike has really struggled the last 2 innings, and he would be a big beneficiary of some sort of quick inning here. But he has had trouble again with this part of the lineup. Here's the pitch to Betts. That's a ball.
Yeah, the last couple innings he hasn't been too consistent with his strike zone at all, Jeff.
This one is down the 3rd baseline. Nice catch by Shelton. He's got a long throw.
Oh, what a
And he
play.
got him.
What
That's
a play
pretty.
over there by Shelton. He deserves a lot of credit for that one. He went in back of that 3rd base bag, made a snag there, made a long, hard throw over to 1st base, got him by a step. Nice play by number 46, Shelton from Middle Township out there.
Big league play by Ryan. 1 gone, and Steve Lombardi will step in.
That makes you forget about that 5 ball.
Lombardi popped out back in the 1st. Walked back in the 3rd. He's 0 for 1. This one is to O'Neill. That took a bad bounce off Donnie's chest. And oh, nice backup there by Barth. But there's a runner on 1st.
Yeah, there it is, down at shortstop's taking some nasty bounces down there. Took one on Donnie. Second baseman, Lusner, made the play and threw it over to 1st a little while, but you got to give a lot of credit for Barth backing up, running all the way down to 1st base. Well, that's your catcher for you. He's got to make that play like that.
Did a good job. So Lombardi reaches on the error with 1 out. And that'll bring up Chris Kevereau. Here's a bunt, and that is a fair ball. They're going to play this only at 1st, and they ring him up.
That was a good play by Brett.
They ring him up out, didn't they?
Yeah, they ran
all
him
right.
out. Well, you couldn't tell by the fans from Buena
Yeah.
in the back here. That was a good play by Mike Barth. He jumped on that little bunt right out in front. The throw was a little high to Elizondo at 1st base, and he went up after it and came down on the bag and took our umpire a couple seconds to make his decision. But what he says goes, Jeff.
Yep, Lombardi is being pinch run for. I think it's Calverley again, but I'm not sure.
And our fans in the fans from the back from Buena did not like the call.
No, they said his foot came off the base. I could not see it at all. Ball 1. Henry Cifaloglio, the 1st baseman. Henry flew out to right field to end the 1st inning and reached on an error by Shelton in the 3rd. Nice
Oh, good
pitch
change
there.
up. Yeah. Henry's the kind of kid that needs a nickname, like Sifo or something, you know?
I think we're at 1-1 here.
We're at 1-1.
Thank you.
Front, left. No go, no go.
Good block by Barth. Count goes to 2-1. Carlos Sepulveda is in the on-deck circle for the Chiefs. As as Mike Dean gets ready to pitch here. He went up to get that one and grounds it to O'Neill. Donnie up and throws over to Elisano. And that retires the side. In the inning, no runs. There were no hits. There was one error. And one Chief was left on base. Through 4.5 here from Memorial Field and Cape May Courthouse. The Chiefs of Buena lead middle 5-2. Yeah, it's no big deal.
Shoot at anything, man.
Phil Betts getting ready to face the Panthers here in the last half of the 5th. Jeff Michaels and Tom Wallace here. Mike Barth, Mike Dean, Brett Champion scheduled up here in the 5th. Here's the pitch by Betts. Whoa, and he hit his bat.
That's a strike, baby is right. He get that bat out of the way, trying to protect his head.
That one kind of got away from Phil Betts. He's the beneficiary of strike one, though.
That pitch is a, it's called a, guys, I'm winning 5-2, and we're going to get in here and get out.
Well, pitch similar. 1-1 now, the count. Mike hit into a 6-4-3 double play back in the 2nd inning. This one is popped up a little bit and a diving play, but unable to come up with it was Lombardi.
That's good hustle by Lombardi right there, man. He dove after that ball trying to make that out. This is hard ground to dive on, too. I'll tell you.
Ball and 2 strikes to Mike Barth. There's Steve Lombardi. He's played a strong game so far for Buena.
Here comes Betts. I picked up that sign. That's outside part of the plate. There it was.
And he just missed it, 2-2.
I don't think Coach Sign's been picking this up, but if you'll look at the coach from Buena, he's calling the signs about it. He's calling the calls right there.
Fouled out of play. Still 2-2. Baseball next week on Channel 13, the air times for these games. On Tuesday the 28th at 5 o'clock, it'll be Lower Cape May at Middle Township. That'll be the game we're taping here on Monday afternoon. Wednesday at 4:30, replay of this game. Buena in Middle. That's a ball. Runs the count full to 3-2 to Mike Barth. And then Thursday at 4:30, baseball, the replay of the Lower Cape May Middle Township. Baseball on Channel 13 next week.
You're a marvel with all this knowledge of information you carry around with you.
Here's a ball lifted out in the right field. Calling for it is Cranock, and he puts it away for 1 down. I have to thank our program director for that knowledge. He gave me the sheet to read. 1 gone, and Mike Dean steps in. Mike was called out on strikes back in the 2nd. In his first and only trip to the plate, he's 0 for 1.
Jeffrey, if only your boss knew how important you really are.
That's a ball. 1-0. Brett Champion on deck.
And I know him personally, and your contract will be renewed.
Thank goodness. Here's a ball. 2-0. Looking forward to seeing Lower Cape May next week.
Yeah, we haven't. We had Middle on twice. We'll see Wildwood Catholic too, won't we?
Yeah.
Wildwood Catholic.
Yeah, sometime early May.
Okay, and Lower, and we'll see Lower Cape May and Middle Township, which should be a good one, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
Should be a good one. These guys know each other. They don't like each other. You know, they every time they play, it's cat and mouse there.
Make it pitch to you, Mike.
Oh, down the boulevard for a strike, 2-1. To Mike Dean. Ooh, just missed, 3-1. Betts has had good control, although he's gone deep in the can on occasion. He only has 1 walk so far through 4 1/3 innings.
Yeah, Betts is still throwing the smoke.
And as we say that, Mike Dean draws a base on ball. So Dean's a 1-out base runner, and Brett Champion steps in. Brett singled, went to second on a wild pitch. Went to third on a base hit by Greg Martin, and then when Martin was in a rundown, he was thrown out going to second, and Champion scored.
Matter of fact, we had 2 weird plays like that today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, baby, watch out. You got him jumping.
Dang.
Second week in a row, we almost had one.
Yeah, I felt real comfortable with that one compared to the one that hit the table last week.
Well, I'll tell you, if you
I'll bring my little Rawlings glove next
if you
time.
get one, you just bring it right here. I'll autograph it for you. There's no
And
problem.
that will have an honored place on my mantle.
What, the
I
one
don't
you,
have a
the
mantle,
one
I
you
just
just
have-
ripped down, right?
In the third, Brett grounded out to the shortstop West, as he works here against the pitcher Phil Betts. Leaning out to look at that one as a ball.
Our center field camera shot has a lot of color in it with all the girls from the Buena softball team in the background.
There's a strike that I believe that Mr. Champion thought was a touch high.
I think he wanted that one back again. He knew it was there. He was fooled on that pitch.
Here's the pitch by Betts. First, he's going to check the runner, who's Dean, and Mike is back to first.
I think maybe next week for this game that we're doing here, we get some cushioned chairs, Jeff.
We will endeavor to accommodate you. This one is down to the second baseman. Over to West for one, and there'll be no further throw. Cavarro to West retires the lead runner, so fielder's choice erases Dean. Champion becomes the base runner at first. With 2 gone, and Greg Martin will step in. Greg singled sharply back in the first, was thrown out, or was caught in a rundown, and play that the Champion ultimately scored on. And he grounded out to West in the third, so he's 1 for 2.
Good fall. Real good. Fastball right on the outside part of the plate. He's still got a lot of smoke on that ball, Jeff.
Yeah. Yeah, hasn't lost any velocity at all. Biddle had their chances. They had the bases loaded. Nobody out back in the second. Had to settle for only 1 run. Since that point, Buena
Here he
took
goes.
control. Champions easily
Throws it away.
into second. Stolen base for Brett Champion. Puts a runner in scoring position now for Greg Martin.
Coach Symes talking to Champion at third base. I don't think he had the sign there to get down. He might have missed one.
1-1 the count.
Not unless Symes is trying to get something started here. 3 runs behind.
There's a ball right center
That's going to
field.
drop. Oh, wow,
it's
what a nice
caught.
play out there. Well, for a minute, that one looked like it was going to drop in the gap, Jeff.
Andy Cranock puts it away and ends the inning. No runs. There were no hits. There was a walk. And 1 man was left on base, and there was a stolen base. After 5 full innings of play, the Buena Chiefs lead Middle Township by the score of 5-2.
Sixth inning, Tom. Fifth. Bottom.
Welcome back.
Yeah, here we are.
Ball one to, who's up? Carlos Sepulveda.
Yes.
Sepulveda, Cranock, and Torres here in the top of the sixth to face Mike Dean. That's a strike.
Buena leading the game 5-2, and Middle not having as much success as they had yesterday against Cumberland. They beat Cumberland 7-6, and Brett Champion scored the winning run in that game. The sacrifice fly to Greg Martin.
That's outside, 2-1. Sepulveda, Tom, grounded out to the second baseman back in the second. He singled to center in the fourth and was thrown out by Mike Barth trying to steal.
You know,
So he's 1 for
Lusner
1.
pitched a couple innings yesterday, too. 2 1/3. Yeah, got the win. Other games today in the Cape Atlantic. St. Joe's playing Pleasantville this afternoon. St. Augustine's at Wildwood Catholic. That should be a good one. Violent at Egg Harbor Township and Williamstown at Delsey, which I don't have much interest in that one.
I didn't think so. That's all right.
Make him swing, Mike.
We know they're playing, and they're having a good day. That's ball 4. Barth hustles to keep Sepulveda from having any ideas.
Again, too, Jeff, that's a good play by Barth, because you'll find a lot of catchers after about the 5th inning or so, they get that little lazy roll to them, walk back there, pick up that ball, and that man off first is turning, gone to second. Looks like we're having a little pitching change here by Middle Township. We got Greg Martin coming.
That's interesting. We'll have that when we come back. So that was the 5th and final walk issued by Mike Dean as he leaves. Pitching change for Middle Township. The score is Buena 5 and Middle 2. Back with more right after this. Greg Martin in the pitch. Here's a bunt. And Martin had trouble picking it up. And he got him anyway.
Close play at first base. Elisano really made a stretch on that one. Martin made a good play. We got some oohs and boos in the background by the Buena fans.
So Sepulveda moves up to second. And they're going to discuss this call here. Right behind the pitcher's man.
Yeah, well, that's the second one. He wants to discuss that. He wants to let him know out there. He probably went out there and told him, yo, Bobby, this is the second one you missed here. Some of the plays go our way once in a while.
Okay, so 1 out. And Sepulveda moves up to second on the sacrifice, and that brings up Dan Torres.
Yeah, I don't know whether you said anything, but Martin's on the mound now, and Cook moved to right field.
Right. Or to not be redundant, correct. He moved
Whatever.
to right. He moved to right. Sorry.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Hey, look, strike one to Torres. Watching Greg warm up, he has a good heater there. Let's see what happens.
And there's the curveball. And he has to show him that. He can't come with the fastballs right off the bat.
Make him swing, Greg.
1 on, 1 out. Whoa, is that up high? 2-1, the count to Torres. Martin from the stretch, and he steps off as he checks back Sepulveda. As Carlos has a little bit of a lead off second. We're in the top half of the 6th. Here's a ball popped up. Lusner's going to chase it down here in short right field and put it away for out number 2. So 2 gone here in the top of the 6th.
That's the
With a
same.
runner still in scoring position, and Bob Torres steps in.
I'm sorry jumping on you. That's the
okay.
same play that Lusner made in the 2nd inning with that fly ball in back of first base. That's a major league pop-up back here. And Lusner made a good grab going back there.
Yep, he doesn't delay. He goes right back and takes charge back there and makes the play. So 2 gone.
Well, this is what Coach Symes wanted.
Torres has doubled, drawn 2 walks, and scored 3 runs. Been very productive. And gets strike 1.
And Mike Barth was getting a little bit tired. He pitched a nice game. It's the first time I've seen Mike Barth, and a nice left-handed pitcher. There's not too many around here, believe me. You're right, Mike Dean. Say Mike
Ball.
Barth. That's what I said. I haven't seen him much. And nice little left-handed pitcher. Yeah, nice left-handed pitcher.
Here's the stretch and the pitch.
Ooh.
Oh, just missed.
Ooh. Martin wanted that one. It was a good-looking curveball.
2 balls and 1 strike to count to Bob Torres. George West on deck, who's been like murderer's row by one. Oh, that's smoked. Base hit left field. That's going to score a run.
That's going to score a run, and it got by him. He's going into second base, and he's going to go stand.
He had a slide, but he scores a run with that double to left. So Torres with his second double of the ball game, and this time he gets an RBI as he knocks in Carlos Sepulveda, and yet another run for the Chiefs, and Buena leads it now 6-2.
Yeah, Torres took that fastball right where it was pitched on the outside part of the plate, drilled it over third base. No problem with the double. Another run for Buena. This Buena team nickel and dimes you to death with their runs. You get men in key positions, they get the run in. Good, fundamentally sound baseball team.
Strike 1 to George West. George is 3 for 3 with an RBI and 2 runs scored. Actually, 2 RBIs. George had a very good ball game. Martin checking the runner. Bob Torres, who has excellent speed and will. There's one up the middle of the base hit.
That's going to score Torres.
Four for 4 for George West. And it is 7-2 in favor of Buena.
West got himself a hot stick, doesn't he?
Yep. He's a good defensive ball player, too. Does it all for the Chiefs, and that'll bring up Phil Betts, the pitcher. Betts is grounded out to Shelton twice in the first and in the fifth. Drove in a run with a sacrifice fly to left field back in inning number 3. And he is basically coasting home now as he's the pitcher of record. He's in command with a 7-2 lead. Ball 1 from Martin. 2 gone here. In the top half of the 6th. That one is out into center field. Melchior is taking charge. He puts it away to retire the side. Not before more damage is done. 2 runs, 2 hits, there was a walk, and there was 1 man left. After 5.5, the score is Buena 7 and Middle 2.
Yeah, Middle's got their work cut out for them when we come back, Jeff. Here we are. Welcome back, Middle Township. Buena 7, Middle Township 2. Donnie O'Neill in the box, and Middle Township's got to get something going right now, Jeff.
O'Neill, Melchior, and Lusner. Ball 1 from Phil Betts.
Middle's been hitting the ball today. They've been hitting the ball. not in the key situations.
O'Neill has hit the ball well both his times up. Just takes a strike here. He grounded out sharply to the pitcher back in the first and hit a nice fly ball, but it was caught out in center field to end the third inning, so Don's 0 for 2. Here's one ripped down the right field line, and it's a fair ball. O'Neill rounds first and heads for second. It's run down out there. A stand-up double to start off the last of the sixth for Donnie O'Neill.
That was a good shot out there. I thought that was going foul, but there's a lot of room down in that right field alley down there. That was hit about 300 down there. It's a long way out there. Donnie scoots into second base with a stand-up double, and this is what Middle needs. They got to get some runs on the board right now.
That brings up Dave Melchior. Dave, the center fielder, singled and was thrown out trying to go to second back in the first inning and flew out to right field on sort of a half-check swing back in the fourth. And Dave is 1 for 2. O'Neill in scoring position at second. That one smoked, and it was caught.
What a grab!
Oh, man.
Baby! Oh, what a grab there by Torres at third base. That's a big league play right there. That kid went out for that ball over the bag. Made a great stop. What a grab.
Thought
Took
this
a
was going to
double.
start off with back-to-back doubles, yeah, and that was a great play by Danny Torres. So one gone. O'Neill still on second. Can't hit the ball much better than that, and that brings up Chris Lusner.
No, he took a double away from him right there, Jeff.
Lusner singled to left and scored in the second, walked in the fourth. Holy mackerel.
Fans are jumping away on that one. In the late innings like that, Jeff, you're going to find Torres guarding the line a little bit more. And if he was over in that normal position, that was a double right down the line. But he was a little bit tighter to that third base bag, and you got to do that towards the later innings in the game, take that extra base hit away.
Man, that reminded me of, you're not really ready for that. That's strike two. That reminds me of when they like shoot the puck sideways at the hockey rink when you're not really kind of looking for that. That was really smoked over there into the fans. No one hurt. 2 strikes to Lusner.
They all ran fast, though.
Yep. Outside, 1 and 2. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Chris Lusner. Down to the shortstop, West. Up and throws, and he's safe. Pulled the first baseman off the bag with the throw. So an error on the shortstop on the throw.
Yeah, the first baseman had to go up a little bit in the air for the throw. Tried to make the tag on Lusner as he was going by, but he missed him. Didn't come down on the bag. So Lusner is safe at first. Donnie O'Neill stayed at second base. And Elizondo.
Yeah, Nick comes in. There's no one warming up for Buena. Elizondo reached on an error and hit into a fielder's choice. He's 0 for 2. So there's only one man out, and that required a tremendous play by Dan Torres. Strike at the knees to Elizondo, 0-1.
I don't know. They were just a couple freaky plays. I think Betts is going to go all rest of the way here for Buena. He's still got control of his game. He's still throwing the ball real hard.
Strike 2.
That's a good example right there. Fastball right down the pike.
0-2 the count to Nick Elizondo. Ryan Shelton on deck. Chiefs in firm control here. Last of the 6th, they're up 7-2. That one's fouled at the plate. Elizondo stays alive. Nick ready. And Betts looks in to get the sign. Here's the stretch. Pitch. Beat foul at the plate again. 1-2. Donnie O'Neill, the base runner at second. Chris Lusner over at first. 1 man out. Elisano at the plate. That was up high. Two and two with 1 gone here in the last half of the 6th. That runs it full. I just got a correction from the plate umpire. The count is
2-2,
even at 2
yeah.
and 2. So here's the stretch. The 2-2 pitch. That's smoked to center field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Stopping at third will be O'Neill. So they don't want to have anybody thrown out at home. The bases are now loaded. Solid single to center for Nick Elisano.
Donnie O'Neill at second base there thought that ball was going to hang up a little bit more than he did, and he didn't get really a good jump at second base, so he couldn't make that turn. Now Middle Township has the bases loaded, and this is the spot for him. They got their power hitter up in Sheldon.
Ryan singled back in the second. Grounded out to third. Back in inning number 4, Shelton 1 for 2. That one's to the shortstop West, and he kicks it around a little bit, and he's going to throw it
Throws
loose.
the ball away. Oh, that's not.
2 runs are going to score. A double error on West, and it's 7-4.
All the nice plays that West been making today. He should have ate that ball. The man was already at second base, and he threw the ball away. He got hurt on that ball. That ball hit him in the ankle. He's hobbling around there at its shortstop. That ground ball must have caught him on the ankle, Jeff.
Double error on the shortstop West as he couldn't come up with the ball, and then he compounded things by heaving it into right field.
Buna's opening the door for Middle Township here, sports fans.
Elisano's at third, Shelton is at first. For not the great play by Torres, there'd be nobody out. This one is popped up, playable out into left field, who came in to take charge, Sepulveda. And he puts it away. So Barth flew out. Brings up Jay Cook.
That was a good play out there, Sepulveda. Shortstop would have had a hard time going out after that ball. So he came a long way for that Sepulveda and took complete control of that.
Cook came into the game to replace
Martin, who moved to the mound.
right
Yeah.
when Dean left.
When Dean left.
Coach Syme calls timeout. He's going to go have a chat with the runner at first, Ryan Shelton. Shelton, the base runner at first. Nicky Elisano is over at third. There's 2 men out and 2 runs already in. The score is 7-4 Buena. Middle, 1 big hit from tying this thing up. That discussion is over with. Now
That
there's
discussion, I like to give a dime to find out what Science was talking about. Because there's not too much speed down at first base. And the only thing that I can think of that Science was talking about, if they get down to first base, make sure you're getting a run down, get that run across the plate. Don't get caught going back in and getting the out right away. Try and get that run across the plate. Matter of fact, that's exactly what Time's talking about, because he's talking to, who's that at third? O'Neill?
Elisano.
Elisano at third base.
Several discussions. Betts looks in. Pitch to Cook is up high, a ball. Champion is on deck for the Panthers. They have a legitimate rally going here in the bottom of the 6th. Chief lead cut to 7-4. Was fouled back. 1-1.
It was a wake-up call. Foul ball off of Lombardi's mask.
Ooh, look that one over, 2-1. Cook steps in with the count at 2-1. Here's a stretch, 2-1 pitch. One's to West. He goes over for the force to Kevereau, and that retires the side. There were 2 runs scored on 2 hits. There were 3 errors in that inning on the Chiefs, and 2 left. After 6 full innings of play, the Chiefs lead it by the score of 7-4. Well, Middle is back in this thing, sort of, as Martin throws it over the head softly of Steve Lombardi. Lombardi, Kevereau, and Cifaloglio. Cifaloglio.
I love
Henry.
it. That's it. That's better. Henry.
Boy, Martin working the inside part of the plate here. 2-0 to count to Lombardi. Lombardi popped out to second back in the first, walked in the third, and reached on an error in the 5th. Steve is 0 for 2.
Make him swing.
So Martin struggling now with his control. It's 3-0.
Make him swing, Greg.
Martin looks in, here's the 3-0 pitch. That's in the outside corner, 3-1. According to our stats, is this Greg's first appearance, Tom? I don't see him under the pitching column at all. That's ball 4, a walk.
This is his first appearance.
Lombardi works out his second walk of the ball game, and that brings up Chris Kevereau. Chris walked back in the first, struck out in the third, and sacrificed in the 5th. He's 0 for 1. Here's a bunt. Back to Martin's going to move the runner up. Sacrifice successful. 1-3. Lombardi moves down to second.
Good sound baseball by Buena. They're up. Middle Township came back and got 2 runs. Get that man in scoring position. Let's get another run on the board.
Henry Cifaloglio steps in. Henry flew out to right. What is it? Got that. Flew out to right back in the first. Reached on an error by Shelton in the third and grounded out to O'Neill in the 5th. He's 0 for 3. Looked at ball 1. Martin looks in, and here's the 1-0 pitch. Again up high, 2-0. Henry will be followed by Sepulveda. He's in the Buena on deck circle. Greg Martin checking out things. Here's the pitch. Gets a strike over there. Barth keeps the ball in front of him now on that pitch in the dirt.
It's like Martin's starting to labor a little bit.
Yeah. runs the count to 3-1, and Barth is going to take.
Yeah, that's a
time
good
to talk
move
out
by
to-
Barth right
talk to
there.
Greg.
Good move. Go out, talk to your pitcher, settle him down a little bit. This Middle Township team seems to be a close-knit club. You know, you find some teams around there that your pitcher starts getting in trouble. You got the third baseman yelling, get the ball over the plate and all that. That's attributed to Coach Sines, one of the better coaches in the Cape Atlantic League.
That was ball 4. Second walk issued in the inning by Greg Martin
And we're going to have a little visit right here.
from Coach Syme, as Sepulveda is getting ready to step in.
And you're going to see Lusner again.
Yes, you are. Pitching change coming up for the Panthers here in inning number 7. The score, Middle 7 and Buena 4.
Thought maybe we were going to stay there.
Talk about bat day.
Take it, guys. We don't have the commercials left. Yesterday, it still might be a little stiff.
That's a nice pitch, 1-1.
Not by that pitch, he wasn't stiff.
No. No. Here's the pitch. Oh, that didn't miss by as much as you might have thought. That came dipping across the plate there, but a little high. 2-1. Three and one now, the count to Sepulveda. Lombardi's at second. Cephaloglio's on first. There's one out. Here in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, with a 3-1 count, he's probably going to be looking at this one. Woo!
No, he went for it.
About that.
3-2.
That would have been ball 4, Jeff. It looked like
Yeah.
it was a little bit
yes,
low.
Yes, it was. Full count now. This is Carlos Sepulveda.
Yeah, that was an excuse me. Do I want to or don't I?
Here's the stretch. 3-2 pitch. That's down and underneath the glove of O'Neill, a base hit. And Middle's kicking the ball around out there, but they didn't send Lombardi, so the bases are loaded.
No, Coach had him held up at third base, and when he put the brakes on, he seen him outfielder out there. What was it, Melchior out there, bobble the ball a little bit and didn't want to send him. Buena with the bases loaded. And after Middle scored those 2 runs, Buena coming right back at him.
Okay, corners are up. You got one down, right?
Middle has the top of the order if they can just hold the Chiefs here. Scheduled.
You're live on the squeeze.
Lusner from the stretch and the pitch.
Up this
Popped
way.
up foul. And behind us and out of play, strike 1.
That one there almost got the TJ to DJ van.
Oh, man.
Oh, baby, right, the insurance policy. Glad my wife carries my car insurance.
Bounced up there. Barth with a good play, 1-1.
Jeff, we'll say this one quietly, but what a good spot here for a suicide squeeze.
Cranock looks at it. This one's down to O'Neill. Big, nice bounce. There's one. Martin over to first. Not in time, and a run scores.
Only reason that double play didn't work is Martin had a hard time getting it out of his glove.
So Steve Lombardi scores from third.
Yeah, that double play gets you out of the inning, gives you one more at bat at Buena, but now they got another run on the board.
And the Chiefs lead at 8-4, as Lombardi did score. Still runners at the corners.
6-1-5.
Cifaloglio is on at third, and Cranox at first. They check him back. 2 out here in the 7th, and Torres is up. Dan grounded out, singled and scored. Grounded out in the 2nd, singled and scored in the 4th. Cranox stopped for some reason.
Cranock wanted them to throw down.
Well, he wasn't fooling Barth with that, I don't think. So Andy's at 2nd now. Torres singled and scored in the 4th and popped out to Leusner back in inning number 6. 1 for 3 to this point. Here's Leusner's pitch. That's a strike.
There's our good center field camera right there. Good shot for sports fans. You can see that ball coming right in over the plate.
That was up very high. Still 2 on, 2 out.
Down, knock it down, throw him out.
Here's a pitch to Torres. That one's grounded to Martin. He up and throws to Elisano, and that ends the inning. That could have been much worse. In the inning, there was a run. There was only 1 hit, and there were 2 men left. 8-4, the Chiefs lead at Middle's last chance coming up when we come back. This is it.
Yeah, we
for
sure are
the
back.
Panthers. Buena leads at 8-4, 8-9 and 4 across for the Chiefs. Ball 1 the champion. Middle with 4 runs on 7 hits at this point in the ball game. That's a strike. Brett Champion, Greg Martin, Don O'Neill.
Coach signs out there telling the umpire it was the same pitch as last time. Oh,
2-1. That was close. Coach
So are the
Salvo from
fans.
Buena is happy with bets here. They're going to leave him be, and that's ripped foul.
you know, that shot of the center field camera, Jeff, if I'm not mistaken, you guys started that shot of the center field camera when, God, what was it, I can't even remember, 89? When we had that barn burner with Steve Seymour in Middle Township and Steve Worrell that went 10 innings in a 2-1 game with about 30 strikeouts between them. That was a classic.
This is up the middle, and it's going to get through for a base hit for Champion to center field.
Well, Champion did his job. That's what the leadoff man's got to do. It's last inning. Middle Township's got to get that runs on the board.
Bring up Greg Martin. Greg singled to right back in the first, was thrown out trying to go to second. He grounded out to short in the third and flew out to right back in the fifth. That's strike one as Betts challenges Martin. 0-1. Buena up by 4 runs, which should be comfortable, but 1 on and nobody out for Middle. That's a ball, 1-1.
Things can change drastically in a high school baseball game, Jeff.
That's a ball. Champion the runner at first. 2-1 the count.
Greg, make him pitch to you.
To Greg Martin. The stretch from Betts, here's the pitch. That's a strike, 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That's ball 3. Champion is going down to second. He's in there. Stolen base for Brett Champion. 3-2 the count to Greg Martin.
Nice hustle, Brett.
Looked like Champion got too good of a jump on that because that ball was low. The catcher didn't make that good of a throw on it. Didn't look like he did it too fast, and it was a closer play at second base than anticipated. Champion made a good slide going in there. Middle with a man in scoring position.
This one's down to West. Backhands it in the hole. A long throw. And the first baseman dropped it. He's safe.
Oh my, that'll hurt you.
E3. Champion didn't move up. First and second, nobody out for Don O'Neill.
That was a good play by West. He went deep in the hole, made a good strong throw to first base. They had plenty of time getting him. Ball popped out of the first baseman's glove.
Brings up Donnie O'Neill. Donnie grounded back to the pitcher in the first, flew out deep to center, back in the third, and doubled and scored back in inning number 6. And he got the 6th inning rally off when he led off with that double. Ball 1 to O'Neill.
Middle Township bench with their rally caps on, cheering on Donnie O'Neill. Seniors got to do the job for him.
Dave Melchior is on deck. Strike. There's a look at the rally caps.
That's right. That's the way they do it. I think the University of Texas was the first ones to turn them rally caps around in the World Series.
There's a strike that O'Neill disagrees with.
Nah, he wasn't happy with that at all.
1-2. O'Neill gets behind the count here to Betts, who is struggling a bit. 2 on, nobody out, last of the 7th. The Chiefs in command, 8-4, but middle is threatening. That's outside of ball, 2-2 to O'Neill.
Well, Betts figured he was on the outside of part of the plate and got that strike. He's going to come right back at it again and see if he can get Donnie O'Neill fishing.
Here's the 2-2 pitch to O'Neill. Bounces, gets by the catcher. Wild pitch, everybody moves up a base. Champions on third. Martin is now on second, nobody out. And a full count to Donnie O'Neill.
Well, Betts got to come in with this pitch, and got 2 men in scoring position. This is a spot for Don.
Three and 2 to O'Neill. 2 on, nobody out, last of the 7th. That one is smoked foul down the right field line and out of play.
There's a ball pitched on the outside part of the plate again. Donnie went with it, just like last time up the plate when he drive that double in the right field and went with the ball on the outside part of the plate. Tried to do the same thing.
Three and 2 to O'Neill. Here's the pitch by Betts. Bounces up there, ball 4, the bases are loaded. Bases loaded, nobody out for Dave Melchior.
That was a good at bat by O'Neill. Good at bat. He gets in the hole and works himself right out of it. A little bit of a conference out here on the mound, and
see what Coach Salvo is going to do. He's got the bases full of Panthers with nobody out. Going to stick with Betts.
that's a good move by Coach Salvo. Bet's been pitching a good game. Still keeping the ball low. He's still got good velocity on the ball. You know, the 7th inning, this kid's still throwing hard. You know, you go with your workhorse and you go all the way with him. You win it with him and you lose it with him. You can hear Coach Signs in the background telling his base runners what to do, when to do it, and how to do it.
This thing is set up for a dramatic Panther rally here. Strike one from Betts to Melchior. Dave singled back in the 1st, flew out in the 4th, lined out to 3rd in the 6th. That's a 1-1 the count.
Is Dave the one that hit that rocket ship down there to Torres?
Yep.
Whew. And look where Torres is, his 3rd base. 4 feet off of the bag.
That gets by, and they're not going to risk trying to score. There's not a lot of room back there. It would have been probably an easy play for Lombardi, so everybody holds their position.
Yeah, there's not too much room back here. There's only about 20 feet back here at Middle Township compared to like lower. There's about 40 feet back there. And where Wildwood Catholic plays, there's no room at all because of that backstop. So you don't have too much of a chance to advance at home on a pass ball at home plate.
That's up high. Nobody out here in the last of the 7th. Champions on 3rd, Martin's on 2nd, O'Neill at 1st. Here's the pitch. That is ball
No
4.
place
They
to put it.
walked a run in.
Now they're going to make a move.
So an RBI
Guess who's coming in?
for Melchior.
Your all-star player, Mr. West.
The shortstop, George
Yes,
West,
sir.
will be the pitcher. Pitching change for the Chiefs. The Panthers are rallying here in the last of the 7th. We'll be back with more baseball. It is now 8-5. Buena's lead is down to 3.
Two to one. 2-1.
Here's the situation, 8-5.
Yeah, tell us that situation, Jeffrey. 'Cause it's
Bases are
important.
loaded. Nobody's out.
Loaded with Panthers.
Yep, nobody's out and Loosener's up. He represents the potential winning run at home plate. Chris Singleton scored back in the 2nd, walked in the 4th, reached on an error and scored in the 6th. He's 1 for 2, and this is a big at bat for him.
Yeah, this is a big at bat. Now you got your, you got Loosner up, and he's been hot. A good spot for him here at the bases loaded at Middle Township. You got Elizondo on deck, and he's been hot. Your 2 big hitters from Middle Township, and they can get back in the game right here.
Oh, down the boulevard, strike 1 to Loosener. The thing that stood out about his last at bat, Tom, was he shanked one over here. It looked like one of my golf shots.
Well,
Almost
remind me not to
killed
go
several
golfing with you, all right?
Almost killed several spectators. That one is lifted in the air. This should be the first out of the inning. So pop out to the shortstop, 1 away. And that brings up Nick Elisano. Nick reached on an error, hit into a fielder's choice. He reached on an error in the 2nd, hit into a fielder's choice back in the 4th. And Singleton drove in a run back in inning number 6.
That was a fastball right down the pike. It was a little bit high. Loosener got under it a little bit too much.
Base is still loaded, now 1 out. Ball 1 to Elisano.
Nick, make it a good one, buddy. Make him pitch to you.
8-5, Chiefs by 3. That's a strike.
This kid's coming with nothing but heat.
George West.
Good athlete, this kid, West.
And Betts was moved over to shortstop, so that was an easy change. There's strike 2.
Getting that high inside fastball in tight. This one's going away, Jeffrey. I've seen this one.
1-2 pitch. That is up the middle. That's going to be a
2
base
runs are going to
hit.
score here, Jeff.
There's going to be a play at the plate. No, they're going to cut it off. It is 8-7.
Elizondo comes through for Middle Township.
Martin scores. O'Neill scores. Stopping at second with Melchior. So a solid single and 2 RBIs for Nick Elizondo. He has 3 RBIs in the ball game. And it's 8-7. There's still only 1 out.
This is going to be an important bat for Shelton, and it's also going to be important for that runner on second base. He's going to have to get a good jump on there to score, or we might see a nice play at home here.
That's ball 1 to Shelton. Melchior is the tying run at second base. The potential winning run is Elizondo. He's at first.
And we got ourselves a barn burner here at Middle Township High School between Buena and Middle.
That one's fouled back by Shelton. Eight runs, 9 hits, 5 costly errors for the Chiefs. 7 run, 9 hits, and 2 errors for Middle.
You know, we haven't seen anything really driven for distance here today. Of course, the wind's blowing in here at Middle Township, but nothing really deep today, Jeff.
Nope. Change of pace. Inside. Ryan Shelton. Singled in the second, grounded out in the third. That's low and outside. And he hit that ball to West that turned into the double arrow where West booted the ball and then picked it up and threw it into right field. There's
Boy,
only
the
one
shortstop
out.
and the second baseman's giving him so much room at second. He's got to take more than that.
That one's lifted
He's
into
going to have
center
to
field.
tag on that.
Put away for out number 2, tagging and moving on to third was Melchior. Holding at first, Elizondo. So a well-hit ball, but a fly out nonetheless for Shelton as it was corralled out in center by Bob Torres. 2 out. The tying run is at third. And that brings up the catcher, Mike Barth. Mike hit into a double play in the second, flew out to right in the fifth, flew out to left in the sixth. He's 0 for 3.
Well, this could make Mike Barth's day, being 0 for 3 and coming through with a base hit here that ties this game up.
Okay, Barth is in. Here's the pitch by West. Outside of ball. Uncontested, moving to second, Nick Elizondo. So now runners at second and third. 8-7, the Chiefs lead by 1. Okay, they decided to intentionally walk Barth, which was interesting. I mean, he was 0 for 3.
Well,
But that brings up Jay Cook.
yeah, that's going to set a force anywhere at all.
Right.
That's a good
First
move.
base was open. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good move.
8-7, bases loaded.
Coach on Buena is wearing a path out over there on this.
Yeah, I think when it was 7-2, he was about ready to mail it in.
Yeah.
And it's right down to the wire here. Cook looks at ball 1. Again, the danger of the intentional walk is that there's no place to put Jay Cook.
Yeah, that's the problem here. There's no place to put Cook, and if you're going to walk that run in, he's going to bite his lip over there. And a base hit just wins the game for Middle.
That's a strike, 1-1. Bases still loaded.
This is what makes the coach carry.
Oh, swinging strike, 1 and 2. Good heat from West.
Carry a roll of Tums around in his pocket, Jeff.
Both coaches.
High fastball outside, Jeff.
Coach Salvo's walked about 10 miles over there. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Change of pace, he dribbles it to the pitcher. West with the throw, and the game is over. Buena hangs on by the slimmest of margins to defeat Middle Township.
What a good game
By
we
the
had
score
here
of
today.
8-7.
This was a good one. Middle has nothing to be ashamed of here. Good team effort. They came back, fought Buena hard.
There's the final for Buena, 8 runs, 9 hits, 5 errors. For Middle, they had finished with 7 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors in the ball game. The winner was Phil Betts. For Buena, the loser, Mike Dean from Middle Township. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Thanks to our camera people and everybody that worked on the ball game. For Tom Wallace, I'm Jeff Michaels. Oh, okay, all right, the sponsors. Forgot the sponsors. Tom, please.
Tom forgot the sponsors, huh? Yeah, the sponsors today are
Jeff forgot the sponsors.
Bellevue
Tom read the
Restaurant, National Associates, 200 Bank Street in Cape May, National Westminster Bank on Tilton Road in Northfield, and Dr. Andrew Drake. And for Jeff, Tom Wallace, and all the crew at TKR, we'll see you next time. Baseball on TKR. Well, you are getting worse. We're not ready. Tell him to turn it up. You got to turn up a
Turn it
little
up
bit.
a hair, Rob. There you go.
Yeah,
That's
just
good.
a hair. Yeah,
Now,
that's-
yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome to CAL Baseball here on TKR Cable Channel 13. And today's game is for first place. It's between the Buena Chiefs and the Tigers of Lower Cape May. I'm Jeff Michaels, along with Tom Wallace. And Tom, this should just be a beautiful game. And the Chiefs come into the game with a loss to Hamilton in their most recent start. And Lower Cape May has just been pounding the baseball.
Yeah, they've been pounding the baseball, Joe. Last 3 games, I think they scored like about 46 runs. I don't think there's going to be too many flying out of here today. The wind's blowing in. You might see a couple left center, which will help the left-handed batters, and we got a few of them in the lineup. But we should see a dandy. Both are 4-1 in their division, and this may be before all the marbles, Jeff. Yeah, we got a cutoff time soon, and I think Buena's pretty easy going through the rest of the lineup, and so may Lower. So. This could be the deal. So sit back, relax, have your hot chocolate, and if you hear any breathing, it's not us, it's the wind blowing, folks.
Kevin Olson's the starting pitcher for Cape May, and he will deliver to the batters. Bob Torres leads it off for Buena, and he takes outside for ball 1. It'll be Torres, George West, and Phil Betts, the starting pitcher for Buena, as the first 3 hitters to face Olson. And here's Kevin's pitch. It's inside corner, strike 1-1.
Those first 2 pitches are going to depend on what Bloom is going to be calling today. If he calls that low strike, Kevin's in for a good day because he keeps the ball real low.
That's a strike, 1-2. Torres hitting .460. He's the leading hitter for the regular players on the Chiefs.
Real good, quick center fielders is Bobby Torres for Buena.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to Torres. Inside, 2-2. Torres has knocked in 11 runs with no home runs. 4 doubles and a triple so far this season. And I don't think he held it up. He's out of there.
Yeah, he went around. That was a sneaky swing. Low inside fastball, and he got him cutting on the fastball.
Tried to hold it up, couldn't. Torres strikes out, the first strikeout of the ball game for Olson. That brings up George West, the shortstop.
I think the first team that blocks out all the wind and all the cold today has a plus, because if you're going to sit back there and you're going to say my hands are cold, you're going to be in trouble most of the day.
George West into the ball game hitting .366. Looks at ball one. That's up high, 2-0. Defensively for Lower Cape May, Russ Douglas is over at first base. Doug Tabler's at second. This one's out into right field, and calling everybody off is the right fielder, Danny Olson. He puts it away for 2 out.
That thing started out in center field and blew all the way over to halfway to right field. Olson made the grab over there.
So 2 going. That'll bring up Phil Betts.
It's really unusual to have your pitcher up early in the lineup. So, you know, Betts is a good athlete, good ball player. We saw him at the Middle Township game when they played Middle Township, which was a real nice game there, too. Buena almost let that one get away from him, though.
Good pitch by Olson, strike 1. Greg Chu is the shortstop to pick up where we left off. Ryan McDonald is the third baseman. Gary Osmundson's out and left. That's outside a ball, 1-1. Joe Higman's the center fielder, and Dan Olson is in right. The catcher is Jeff Robinson, and the pitcher is Kevin Olson. This one's in the right field, and it is going to be caught by Olson and put away to retire the side and end the inning. Nothing across for the Chiefs. We've played a half inning here at Lower Cape May. The score is Buena nothing, and Lower Cape May coming to bat. That's Phil Betts. He'll be the starting pitcher for the Buena Chiefs. Phil enters the game with a record of 4-0 and a 2.60 ERA. We saw him pitch against Middle Township. He was lifted, and when they took Phil out of the game, that's when the Chiefs got in trouble. Betts was starting to tire in that particular ball game, a game eventually won by Buena 8-7. And the one thing I noticed about Betts, Tom, with these statistics that Coach Salvo gave me, is that he has given up 30 walks versus 19 strikeouts.
30 walks. The walks hurt you. But what you see from Betts, he'll come at you with the fastball. He keeps that low, too. Then he dips the curveball, a little bit of a slider on there. So if he's on, he'll keep you off balance. And you saw the same thing in the first inning with Olson. So I think we're in for a good pitching duel today.
That's a called strike to Doug Tabler. Tabler batting .400 with 1 home run. I believe that was 16 RBIs. Here's the pitch by Betts. That one's right back up the middle, a base hit. So Tabler starts things off for Cape May with a solid single to left center field, right center field, actually. So Tabler's on first. And that'll bring up Danny Olson, the right fielder.
It's the way the wind's blowing, Jeff. That's where the ball's going to go. Tabler's been hot lately. Friday night he had that. It was Friday night, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was Monday night.
Okay, yeah. Monday night he had that rocket ship out of here. Good bit of hitting. They led him off with two of those slow curveball, the changeup, and he stayed with that last one.
Dan Olson puts this down the left field line. It's in foul territory for strike 1. Dan hitting at .559 coming into this ball game.
He has been on a roll. A couple home runs, some doubles, some triples, good speed. And we're going to see how Jack's going to play this game real quick.
So 1 strike here to Olson. Joe Higman is on deck for Cape May. He had a home run in our TV game on Monday versus Wildwood Catholic. That gets away. It didn't get very far, but it's going to allow Tabler to move up. So Tabler moves on to second. And 1 strike to count to Olson. That one's going to get away too. So Betts a little bit rattled here. His second wild pitch moves Tabler over to third.
You might be able to call one of them a wild pitch. The other
Yeah,
one really should have
maybe a
been
pass
handled.
ball. So how about 1-1? Be fair enough.
Buna's really starting it off defensively early with the corners in.
This one's sliced foul and out of play.
It's really nice that the ground crew installed heaters in the dugouts today for the players.
Unseasonably cold here. 2-2 the count to Dan Olson. Here's the stretch by Betts, the pitch. Inside. Runs the count full to Olson at 3-2.
Boy, Betts doesn't want to lose Olson because a lot of situations can go on right there with nobody out and a man on first and third. Many things you can do to score that run.
Again, down the left field line in foul ground and just out of the reach. Carlos Sepulveda, the left fielder.
Sepulveda is on the line.
Olson has put all three foul balls right into that left field area in foul ground.
Tell you what, he gets one in the right center field gap, this boy's going to run forever.
Here's the pitch, and he struck him out. Strikeout number 1 for Phil Betts. So one away here in the last of the first, and then I'll bring up Joe Higman, the center fielder.
Yeah, well, how the hell are you going to do that? Yeah.
.471 batting average for Joey with 9 home runs and 23 RBIs.
Side corner, strike 1.
And I'm sure Buena did their scouting report, and that's all Higman is going to see.
Hit one against Wildwood Catholic over that 400-foot sign out by that truck. There's a strike.
We thought it was an infield fly. we lost that one, boy. We lost that one.
You don't have to take any of that. That was me. I thought it was an infield fly. Of course, when I noticed no one in the infield even budging, I said, well, maybe it's not in the infield. Reached out and stays alive. 2 strikes to count to Higman. With 1 gone, and Doug Tabler over at third. He had singled, moved up on the pass ball, and then a wild pitch. Put him at third base.
Here's Doug Tabler at third. Higman trying to get the first run in for Lower Cape May.
And again, able to get a piece of that to stay alive. Still 2 strikes. The count to Joe Higman. Defensively for the Chiefs, Ricifaloglio is over at first. Chris Cavaro's at second. Shortstop is George West. The third baseman, Dan Torres. Here's a 2-strike pitch to Higman. Outside a ball, 1-2. Carlos Sepulveda is out and left. Bob Torres in center. And Andy Cranox in right. The catcher, Steve Lombardi, and the pitcher's Phil Betts.
Jumping
yes, sir.
all over you
Sorry
already.
about that.
That's all right. Smart pitch, and he's up ahead on him. 2 strikes, 1 outside with the fastball. Comes inside with the curveball and strikes out Higman.
Strikeout number 2 for Betts. And today's pitcher for Lower Cape May, Kevin Olson, steps in. Kevin had 2 grand slams Monday night versus Wildwood Catholic. He has 8 home runs, 34 RBIs, hitting over 500.
And they were rockets.
Both into about the same spot in left field.
Well, Kevin be not smart, not looking for the home run now and just trying to get that base hit in there.
Strike one.
And Betts is sucking it up on the mound.
Yeah, for a guy with the history of a little control trouble, he's been right around the plates, had very good location so far. One strike to count. This one's lifted in the right center field.
That wind's carrying that.
Yes, it is, all the way back to the fence and put away and caught.
Woo!
By Andy Cranock to retire the side. There were no runs, a hit, a pass ball, a wild pitch, no errors, and a base runner left on third. We played one here at Lower Cape May between Buena and the Tigers, and there's no score.
You don't like the pitch.
That's what Mr. Higgins was saying.
I told him about saying on the radio that they shouldn't have him out there pitching. He oversees that.
Welcome back to Cape May. No score. Top of the second, Steve Lombardi, Chris Cavero, and Henry Cifaloglio to face Kevin Olson.
Yeah, the first inning, Kevin looked real good, and he's got a 4.00 ERA, 3 wins and 2 losses, and can't say it too many times, man. We're gonna have a good one today.
Outside ball 1 to Lombardi. Wind is picked up here, and there is a little bit of drizzle.
Threat of rain.
This one is in the hole, a base hit to right. So leadoff single here in the top of the second for Steve Lombardi. And that'll bring up Chris Cavero, the second baseman.
Cavero hitting .352 this year for the Buena Chiefs.
3 home runs, 18 RBIs. Oh, it's inside a ball, 1-0. Steve Lombardi's the base runner at first. Nobody out, top of the second, no score. Outside a ball. Looked like Kevin wanted that call. Mr. Larry Bloom, the home plate umpire today. Tom Barucki calling the bases. This one's skied up here into the infield. Oh, and taking charge and making it actually a tough play as it was blowing away from him was Ryan McDonald.
It was a tough play. Chu started coming in from shortstop, who was playing real deep and knew he didn't have a chance at that ball, but Ryan was way up for that bunt, looked like he was playing a little shallow at third.
So Cavero pops out to the infield, and that'll bring up Henry Cifaloglio, first baseman.
.260 batter this year so far for Henry.
And he's had 1 home run and 12 RBIs. Pitch by Olson, fouled back, and out of play.
I think both of these coaches think they can score runs today, Jeff, but I really would like to get men in scoring position, so I would sacrifice a few. Because I think it's going to be an awful low-scoring game, and 1 run's going to mean an awful lot.
Jeff Robinson out to talk to Kevin Olson. 2-1 the count. To Henry Cifaloglio. Danny Torres on deck for the Chiefs. Here's a stretch. The 2-1 pitch. Strike 2. Challenged him up high. and overpowered him with that pitch, evens the count at 2-2. Here's a 2-2 pitch from Olson, and it's a called strike 3. Strikeout number 2 for Olson, so 2 away here, top second, and Danny Torres steps in.
Good sequence there by Kevin. Came high with the fastball and had him going for it, and then came back low with the little slider there and caught the outside part of the plate.
As they did the last time, they're using the courtesy runner. I think it's Brian McKelvey, but I'm not sure. But anyway, he's running for Lombardi over at first base, and there's ball 1. Oh, I believe a balk was called, and that'll move the runner up. So, the chief base runner moving to second on the balk call.
Tom Baruffi called the balk. It's like Kevin didn't hesitate, or hesitated a little bit and didn't stop in that.
That's high for a ball. Would you like to give me a little rundown of the balk rule?
What kind of a rundown you want?
I don't know, just describe it to me.
We'll do that.
There's a strike.
When you work from the stretch, you got to come in a set position for at least a second or so before you come home. You're not allowed to turn that shoulder towards first base to deceive the runner. And there's a couple other little leg movements that the umpires will call, but you usually get away with.
That's ball 4. So Torres works a walk. That's the first walk issued by Olson, and that'll bring up Andy Cranock. .235 batter for Andy Cranock this year, Jeff. 2 men on base, 2 down. Cranock fouls this one back, strike 1. Each team with 1 base hit so far. Carlos Sepulveda is on deck for the Chiefs. This one's in the hole, shoots it through, a base hit. Here's a long throw from left field, and he's in safely standing up, and everybody moves up a base, and the Chiefs take a 1-0 lead. So Torres now over at third, and Cranock with the big hit is over at second on the throw as he singles solidly to left. And then I'll bring up Carlos Sepulveda. Carlos batting 195. No homers, but 9 RBIs. This one's down in the hole, and he just punched it in there, a base hit. Torres scores, and they stop Cranock at third, so back-to-back singles here, and Buena takes a 2-1 lead.
This is exactly what Buena is known for. They get men in scoring position, and they get that little base hit to bring their men in.
So now 2-1, top of the order, Bob Torres. Oh, good curve, strike 1. Sepulveda is over at second, and Cranock at third as he moves up on that pitch. This one is into left field, and it is going to drop and roll all the way to the fence. Cranock scores. Sepulveda scores, stopping at second with a double, Bobby Torres. And the Chiefs lead it by the score of 4-0.
Solid line drive out there, was curving away from Osmondson. And dipped under his glove, tried to make that diving grab low, but the ball kept dropping right away from him out there.
So 4-0 the score now. 4 runs on 4 hits for the Chiefs. So Osmondson tried to come up with that sinking ball, and he couldn't get it. This one's fouled straight back for strike 1. All this damage was with 2 out, Tom.
Yeah, it was.
There was 2 out. They courtesy ran for Lombardi. This one's banged down to second. Underhand little toss there.
Yeah,
Ends the
well,
inning.
nickel and dime you to death, Jeffrey, with 4 runs.
4 runs on 4 hits, Tom. There was no errors, a walk, a balk, and 1 man left. After an inning and a half, the Chiefs have jumped out to a 4-0 lead. All right. Looks like a football crowd there.
Sure does. They're all bundled up in blankets and everything else, Jeff. Oh, my.
They're here to see the battle for first between the Chiefs and the Tigers, and right now Buena has the 4-0 lead. Jeff Robinson, Greg Chu, and Gary Osmondson to face Phil Betts, and here's the pitch. Strike 1.
I think the concession stand is going to do real well on their hot chocolate and coffee today.
And there's a little more rain beginning to fall. Just to add a little something to this. This one's pulled down the third base. He has it. Now makes the long throw, and they get him. 1 gone.
Good play over there by Torres. We've seen him make a play in the middle game where he dove out in the air and snagged the line drive. Had a little trouble with that one. Kept his composure, came up, made a strong throw over to first base.
This will bring up Greg Chu with 1 gone here in the second. Chu hitting .292. 1 home run, 16 RBIs.
Greg's been having a few problems at the plate, but he came out of it yesterday up in or the day before up in Bridgeton. Pitched a nice game and got the win for Lower.
Strike 1. As Betts is taking care not to fall behind the hitters here.
Boy, very important, Jeff. You stay in front of your hitters, you're going to have a nice day.
This one's back up the middle. Shortstop West is going to make the play and throw over, not in time.
Gregory beat it out. He's got good speed going down to first base.
Let's go, guy. Hang in there now. Let's go.
So an infield hit by Chu, the second hit of the ball game for the Tigers. With 1 out, Gary Osmondson steps in.
Come on, Gary, nail it. Come on, Gary, nail it.
4-0 Buena leads.
Few fans in the background of Gary Osmondson.
That's up high a ball, 1-0. Keeping an eye on Chu over at first base. Here's a pitch. This one's down to third. Nice play. Has to wait, and then he throws it into right field. No further advance. Well,
Torres made a sparkling play before, but that ground ball should have went right to first base because he's seen Chu beat that ball out before, and he figured he had speed, and he got a real good jump that time. So he gave him that pump, and he just should have ate the ball.
he had to wait, then he threw the ball away. So 2 on now, 1 out. And Ryan McDonald steps in. Strike 1. Tigers with some urgency to get right back into this thing. They trail 4-0. As with 2 out in the second, things went from, not so bad to real bad. This one's fouled at the plate. They were searching for the ball there with Steve Lombardi. He was out in fair territory.
Yeah, he tipped that ball foul and hit the shin guard of Lombardi. Bounced out, and both the umpire and Lombardi were lost there for a minute.
Chu's at second, Osmundson's at first. 1 man out. Oh, man, Lombardi makes the play.
And
now
Chu still goes.
Yep, and he makes it.
Lombardi made a real good stop there, but I guess he figured Chu wasn't going to go. And
well, he couldn't get control of it either way. He was diving and falling, and he made a nice save, but still a stolen base for Chu puts runners at the corners.
Keep your eye on Osmundson now.
Come on, guys, let's start a rally.
This one's to West. Over to second one, back to first, and a double play ends the inning. 6-4-3. No runs, an infield hit, an error. And there was 1 man left. After 2 full, the score, Buena 4 and Cape May nothing.
Boy, oh boy, Jack. Yes, we are back as the rain falls at Lower Cape May. And it is coming down.
Yep, and ball 1 here. It looks like Betts, Lombardi, and Cavaro here in the third to face Kevin Olson. This one's popped foul and out of play. Oh, just missed that car.
It's your car, Jeff.
Not my car, sir.
Right down to earth.
1-1.
That happened up in middle, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. This one is fouled back in a similar location. And out of play, 2 strikes now. 1 and 2 the count to Betts.
That was a high inside fastball, and he got handcuffed on that. That was just out of...
Betts flew out to right his first time up. He's 0 for 1.
All right, come on, Kevin.
Olson looks in, he's ahead of the hitter. Here's the pitch. He wastes 1 outside as the rain picks up a little bit.
Yeah, and as you look up in the air, it doesn't look like it seems any clearing anywhere.
No, it would be most optimistic to say there's a hole in the cloud somewhere here. Oh, just missed. Runs the count full 3 and 2. And he waves at that one outside. Strikeout for Olson. Kevin picks up his 3rd in the ball game. So 1 away, and that'll bring up Steve Lombardi. Lombardi singled to lead off the 2nd. He then was run for, and that man moved up to 2nd on a balk. And then the fun started.
Yes, it did.
That's one's right there, strike 1. Torres followed with a walk. Cranock singled to left, knocked in a run. Sepulveda punched 1 into right, knocked in another run. And then Torres. This one's lined, and it's foul down the right field line. Then Bob Torres banged a double to left field, knocked in the other 2 runs to account for the 4 runs scored by the Chiefs in the 2nd inning.
Jeff, if these fans are looking at their TV set and saying how good the color is on their TV, they might be wrong, because this field is in excellent shape, and we talked about that at the Wildwood Catholic game, that they've done a real nice job at this complex.
Yes, they have. This is really a nice field. Lombardi hanging in here as Olsen looks in. Here's the pitch. Up high, a ball.
Good spot here, Jeff, for the curveball on the outside part of the plate.
He's set up out there. Gets an outside pitch, but it's in the dirt. Count even up 2-2 to Steve Lombardi with Chris Cavarro on deck. Here's the pitch by Olsen. That's up high. A ball now runs the count full 3-2.
If all you fans are sitting home watching this ball game, I want you all to call into TKR and thank these people who are manning our cameras because they gotta be cold out there today.
They can live with the cold. It's the wet that they're not going to be happy with. Oh, just low a ball.
Yeah, that looked good.
Second walk issued by Olsen. And that one came around the score. There's one out. Lombardi's the base runner. Olsen will now face Chris Cavarro. Cavarro popped out, hit one high into the infield that was run down on a very good play by Ryan McDonald, the third baseman. So Cavarro 0 for 1. Chris came in hitting .352, so he is a threat here. And he takes inside a ball. Kevin slipped a little bit, I think, Tom, when he delivered that pitch.
I don't think it's too wet yet out on the mound. Of course, we're not out there. We're inside here, so it makes a big difference.
Doesn't like the ball. Gets another one. Umpire's going to keep that one. So that'll make an appearance again. That's way high, a ball. So Olsen's struggling here a bit. Already walked Lombardi. Now behind the count here to Cavarro. That's strike inside corner. 3-1 the count. Here's a stretch in the 3-1 pitch. Fouled back and out of play. 3-2 now the count to Chris Cavarro. Full count here. Lombardi's the base runner at first. Here's the pitch. He called him out on the outside corner, caught looking.
That was really a great pitching sequence by Kevin. I mean, he was down in the hole, 3 balls, no strikes, and came back and fought hard. And what a good pitch on the outside part of the plate. So he's not dying out there. He's still got his good stuff.
2 gone here. 4th strikeout for Olsen. He nibbled at the inside corner and then hit the black on the outside of the corner of the plate. So an excellent job by Olsen. 2 gone. Henry Cifaloglio is the batter. He takes strike 1. Henry struck out his last time up.
I'm really glad to see, especially today, that we have some decent umpires. I'm not saying that they're all not decent, Jeff, but some are a little bit more consistent than the others, and that's all these kids are looking for is consistency. If you're going to be consistently low, fine, then we'll learn how to adjust to that.
A lot of movement on that ball. Was outside.
But both of these pitchers know exactly where they have to place the ball today because they know exactly what Bloom is calling.
This one's ripped in the right, a base hit. Oh, and it gets by there, and it's still loose in the outfield. So a single and an error out there puts runners at second and third. The courtesy runner is over at third. I think it's McKelvey.
Yeah, McKelvey tripped going around second base a little bit. Otherwise, he would have had a shot at scoring. You got to give credit to Joe Higman out there, who really backed up because that ball got past Olson out there, and Higman backed him up.
So second and third, and we'll give an error out to Olson in right field. So 2 out, same kind of situation that Olson had before in inning number 2, getting into trouble with 2 out. And Dan Torres drew a walk his last time up. Strike 1, outside corner.
Yeah, Robinson's even setting up on the outside part of the plate, and that was really, it really was a good pitch, but Robinson really got to give him credit. He framed that one to give him a good look at that pitch. Another one right there.
Yep, strike 2.
For a young catcher, Robinson really does a good job back there because he gives the umpire a look at the ball, brings it back in, and frames it real well.
Oh, he reached out, didn't pull the trigger, and it was just missed.
Sure looked like the other two that were sitting right there.
They asked
Could
for
have been a
help.
little bit outside.
Asked for help, and he didn't swing. 1-2 the count to Torres. That was inside, 2-2. Dan come into the game hitting .273.
Now Torres is adjusting. It's a real chess match here. He got those two on the outside part of the plate. Torres moves up. Now he's going to come inside.
Oh, it was a good movement there. They're going to ask again, and he did not swing. Full count, 3-2. A lot of movement on that pitch, Tom. But he laid off it. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Torres. This one's fouled straight back.
We got a
Good.
screen up here, and we're still jumping.
Still flinching. We got a fence, a screen, everything else. 3-2 still to count to Danny Torres with Andy Cranock on deck. And Kevin Olson would love to get out of this thing right now.
Yeah, he sure would. He threw that curveball over the plate before and it break down. The spot now is right at Torres.
Oh, and he lost him. His second walk of the inning. The bases are now full. McKelvey, the courtesy runner, over at third. Cifaloglio is at second. Torres is at first. Bases loaded for Andy Cranock. Cranock singled to left his last time up, drove in a run, and later came around to score on the double by Bob Torres.
Yeah, Cranock had that little CNI ground ball through first and second.
That's outside of balls, and has to find the plate here. He's got no place to put anybody. And he was ahead in the count to Danny Torres, 0-2. There's a pitch. Strike 1-1. Out of the strike zone, Tom, but he challenged him with that up around the letters.
Yeah, that fastball high always looks good to these guys, doesn't it?
Got a piece of that to foul it at the plate now. Again, Olson ahead in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He's going to be protecting the plate, and the way his curveball is breaking, he should come right at him with the curve and let it break on the inside. Try and sneak it in the back door on him.
Way high, 2-2. Four nothing, Chiefs on top. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Lifted up, foul back and out of play. Worry sometimes about our program director there on the roof here.
No, I don't worry about him at all. He's a big boy, and he just had to get out of the way. With Robinson sneaking a peek into the dugout to get his sign from Jack Weeks, and he's on the outside part of the plate again.
And
he
it comes inside and struck him out. So it was an adventure, but Olsen actually struck out the side. There were no runs, one hit. There were 2 walks. There was an error, and the bases were left full. After 2.5, the score is Buena 4 and Lower Cape May nothing.
No, it's not 2. It's no.
Welcome back, Russ Douglas, Doug Tabler, Dan Olsen to face Phil Betts as we move here to the bottom of the 3rd.
Goose egg on the board for Lower Cape May.
This one's fouled in front of the dugout, strike 1.
And Buna's got the big 4.
Tigers had runners at the corner last inning with only 1 out, and then Ryan McDonald bounced into the 6-4-3 double play. Good pitch by Betts. Strike 2 to Douglas.
Yeah, that really fooled Douglas. That curveball was just fluttering up there.
All right, Russell, let's go. Let's get fired up, buddy. Come on.
Betts ahead in the count here, 0-2. Here's the pitch. Just missed outside. Count 1-2 now to Russ Douglas. Betts unbeaten, 4-0 for the Chiefs. This one's foul. Douglas stays alive. Still count 0-2, rather 1-2.
It's a little different in the pitching duel today than we seen the other night on TV with the Lower Catholic game, where these guys are looking for the corners and picking, and
Nice change there. Struck him out.
seems as though the other game they were just looking to get it straight over the plate. So
Strikeout number 3 for Phil Betts. So the 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd will bring up Doug Tabler. Tabler singled to open up the ball game for Cape May. Went to 2nd on a pass ball. Went to 3rd on a wild pitch and died there. As Olsen and Higman struck out and Kevin Olsen flew out in the inning in the 1st. One and 0 to Tabler. That's outside of ball. 2-0.
I don't know whether we have our signals crossed or not, but we did a football game in December and we were running around in short sleeve shirts, if you recall.
Yes.
And now Jeff's sitting here with his long johns.
That one's tapped foul. 2-1. Two and 1, the count to Tabler. There's a strike. Count evens up here at 2-2. With Dan Olsen on deck. Betts looks in. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one's fouled back and hits the screen. Count holds at 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one's ripped into right field. And Cranock able to take it, put it away for out number 2. Two away here, bottom of the 3rd. Dan Olsen, the right fielder, steps in. Dan struck out back in the 1st inning for Cape May. He's 0 for 1 to face Phil Betts. Buena 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error so far. And Cape May, no runs, 2 hits, and 1 error.
That's right. Buena has been putting the lids on Lower Cape May sticks today.
This one's fouled back, strike 1. Outside a ball, 1-1 to Dan Olson. This one's grounded to second baseman Cavero. Chris up over and throws to Cifaloglio, and that's it. 1, 2, 3 in the third. Nothing across for Cape May. And after 3, the score, the Chiefs 4 and the Tigers nothing. Guys, want anything from downstairs? Here's the pitch to Carlos Sepulveda, and he looks at ball 1. Asked that in kind of a questioning manner. Carlos singled and scored back in the second. That's the outside of ball.
From the backside here, it looks like Carlos got a hard hat on, a construction worker with his hood up there trying to keep warm.
That's a strike. Sepulveda, Torres, West, scheduled up here in the 4th to face Kevin Olson.
And we have a little action going in the bullpen for Lower Cape May. I can't really see who it is down there, but Olson's up around 80 pitches now already in the 4th, and a lot of pitches.
That's a ball and a walk. That's the 4th walk issued by Olson. So Sepulveda is on first base with nobody out, and Bobby Torres steps in. Torres struck out back in the 1st, but doubled and drove in 2 runs back in the 2nd. That was when the damage was done, as the Chiefs have managed to jump out to and continue to hold this 4-0 lead. That's outside a ball to Torres, 1-0. Now it's starting to really rain as the ball's
it's really
fell
coming
back
down now. Buena had to hit and run on, too. These umpires deserve time and a half today.
Yep. It's oh, man. Here's the pitch to Torres. Oh, he hits that solidly into center field. Higman's coming in and makes the catch.
Yeah, Joey backed up real quick on that ball. It started to really take off, and then he saw it die, and he had to come running in. It's a good play out there by number 25, Joe Higman.
So Higman retires, Torres went away, and that brings up George West, the shortstop. West flew out to right back in the 1st and grounded out to end the 2nd back in the 4th. He's 0 for 2. George had a super game last time he was on TV against Middle Township. He comes in hitting .366. That ball was fouled at the plate, strike 1. As the runner Sepulveda not sure, and he moved up, but has to go back. 1 strike, the count to West. Rain continues to fall as Olson finds the outside corner with a strike. There's nothing, and 2 the count to George West.
You know, it's really a shame. You can't postpone games like this, even though I wish you could, but these 2 teams deserve to play on a nice day. They really do.
There goes the runner. This one's tapped, and it's going to be foul, and it's touched smartly by Robinson.
Yeah, good play by Robinson. Before that ball could jump into fair territory, he kicked it foul a little bit, keeping that ball out of play.
Anybody want anything else? Coffee? Come in.
Nothing into the count to West as he steps back in. The move over to first, not in time. Sepulveda's back safely. Phil Betts, the pitcher, is on deck for the Chiefs. We're playing here in top of the fourth, 4-0, Buena leading. Here's the pitch by Olson. Ooh, just missed. Good movement again.
Yeah, real good movement on that curveball.
They're asking a lot, Tom, if they're swinging there. 1-2. Goes the runner. That's low for a ball. The throw is in the center field. Higman smartly backing it up, keeps the runner from advancing further. Carlos Sepulveda with the stolen base. Moves up to second.
Ball really took off on Jeff.
Counts now even 2-2 to George West. And he got him. Strike 3. It's been a struggle and it's been a lot of pitches, but that's 6 strikeouts for Kevin Olson. 2 gone here in the fourth, and Phil Betts will step in. Betts flew out to right in the first and struck out in the third. He's 0 for 2.
Yeah, the score doesn't indicate how well Olson is pitching.
No, and he really, the ball wasn't hit that hard. I guess the hardest hit was Torres's double, but even that was sinking out there in left field. The other ones were just found holes. Here's a long throw by Chu,
Yeah,
and that ends the inning.
Nice grab down there by Greg. Waited for the ball to come through and made a good, strong throw over to first base, and that eliminates Buena.
No runs, no hits. There was a walk and a stolen base in 1. Chief was left on base. 3.5 gone here at Lower Cape May. Buena's still out in front with a score 4-0. I can't imagine that. That's like hitting 2 trifectas on the same afternoon.
Ooh.
Welcome back to Lower Cape May. Jeff Michaels, Tom Wallace here. The Chiefs are trying to solidify first place. They lead 4-0. Phil Betts doing an excellent job, allowing only 2 hits so far. And that one's ripped foul down the left field line and out of play. Strike 1 to Joey Higman. Higman, Olson, and Robinson scheduled up to face Phil Betts here in the last of the fourth. Oh. I missed him?
Yes, it did.
How about that?
You thought it knocked him over. Nah, it's going to take more than that to knock Joey over, believe me.
Bailed out of there. Good job.
Yeah, he bailed out. It was a good job. And tried to keep him in tight. Now,
tight.
Now, Betts is smart. He's going to come outside with him, but he doesn't want to hang anything. There it was.
Oh, yeah. 1-2 the count to Joe Higman.
Joe knew it, too.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Getting further and further outside here. 2-2 the count. Betts looks in. Here's a 2-2 pitch to Higman. That's outside. 3-2 as Joe's hanging in there. Joe struck out back in the first inning. He's 0 for 1. Reached out, punches it foul. Count holds it 3-2.
Yeah, Joey got caught on that outside part of the plate the last pitch, and he didn't like it, so he wasn't going to let this one go by and have a call third strike. He went out and tried to ruin one of Betts' outside corner pitches.
So let's see if it pays off for him. 3-2 the count to Higman. Betts jammed him with that one. Higman dribbles it foul. Count still 3-2.
Betts looking in the dugout to get his sign, or Lombardi, excuse me. Flash a sign to Betts.
Little change here is knocked down third base. That's a fair ball. Long throw by Torres, and it's not in time. I don't think they'd get him even if he holds that.
No, there's pretty good speed down there at first baseman Joe Higman. Jammed him a little bit, got the ball deep at third base. Kind of a weak throw down there by Torres. And you can take a look at the field now. It's getting a little bit marred up down there, so the rain's really going to create a little havoc towards the end of the game here.
We'll call it an infield hit for Higman. So Joe's a leadoff base runner, and Kevin Olson will step in. Kevin flew out to right field. Back in the first, he's 0 for 1. Betts misses outside a ball, 1-0. Jeff Robinson's on deck. There's a strike.
I'll bet he wishes he had one of those grand slams left in that package right now.
Would sure help his own cause.
Well, he's a competitor. He'll help his own cause.
That's inside. 2-1 the count to Kevin Olson with Jeff Robinson, the on-deck hitter for the Tigers. No runs on 3 hits so far for Cape May, and 2 of the hits have been in the infield variety. There goes Higman. That's a called strike. The throw is tailing off into right field. Higman with the stolen base. He'll continue on to third. So Joe is over to third with nobody out.
Same thing happened there to Lombardi that happened to Robinson. They're letting go of the ball. The ball's tailing off, and the wind's really taking it into right field.
So the Tigers playing aggressively here. Get Higman over to third with nobody out. Two balls and 1 strike, I believe, is the count to Kevin Olson. Betts looks in. Here's the 2-1 pitch. This one's fouled back. Flinch City again for me, 2-2.
You didn't have your Wheaties this morning, did you? No, but your wife packs you a nice little lunch with a thermos jug here and cookies and everything. What a great woman she must be to put up with you.
She wasn't happy with me when that heat wasn't on this morning, let me tell you that. This one is down and a base hit to left, and the Tigers get their first run as Higman scores. Solid single to left for Kevin Olson.
Yeah, they needed that too, because Kevin's the leader on his ball club. And these guys on the bench needed somebody to pick them up, and that just might do it.
So 4-1 the score now. Buena still on top by 3. Olson will get his jacket, and Jeff Robinson, the catcher, steps in. Robinson grounded out to third his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Robinson going to have a chat there. Third base coach comes back.
Coach Lenore flashing the signs. An avid par shooter golfer.
Really?
He paid me to say that, and he's really about a 27 handicap.
Runner was going, the ball is lifted out here in the right center, and it is going to go all the way to the fence.
Olson's going to score. Robinson is going to be dead at third.
Yep, that's right. He's out, but the double scores Olson all the way from first, and now it's 4-2.
That ball just started carrying. Olson all the way down to second base.
So a good play out there. He races the base runner. But Robinson did his job by knocking in Olson. They were just trying to continue to run. They got started in this inning by running.
Andy Cranock did a nice job. He hit his cutoff man, and they nailed Robinson at third base.
So Cape May had been quiet. Now it's 4-2, one gone. And ball one to Greg Chu. Chu had an infield hit back in the second and stole a base. He's 1 for 1. This one is ripped and speared by Torres. Line drive caught by Danny Torres down there at third. So 2 out, and that'll bring up Gary Osmondson. Gary reached on an error by the same Mr. Torres. His first time up, he's 0 for 1. Last 3 batters, Tom, have made excellent contact on Betts. There's a foul back, strike 1.
This is the second time around in the batting order for him. Even though they saw Betts last time, after a couple shots at him, they kind of get an idea of what he's throwing and where he's throwing it.
Outside, 1-1.
Fans getting on the umpire a little bit. Wouldn't be a ball game without somebody getting on the umpire.
Right up the middle, that is going to be go by West for a base hit. So a single for Osmondson. With 2 out, the Tigers with a base runner. Ryan McDonald steps in. McDonald grounded into a double play his first time up back in the second. He's 0 for 1.
Well, Lower scored 2 runs in this inning. They got a man on first base with 2 outs.
Going to send him?
I would.
Okay. Okay. Ball 1.
Heck, man, out of the 2 outs, I'd try and get him in scoring position. Anything that gets through there, you got 3 or 1 run behind, you're really in the ball game, man. And then you're going to see Olson come out for the next inning.
And Betts has lost the plate here, 2-0.
That's why I'm not coaching this team right here, because Jack's not set.
Here's the 2-0 pitch, and that's inside 3-0.
Well, McDonald's going to be looking at least 2, because Betts he hasn't not had the strike zone in the last 2 batters. So
There's a strike.
there's a 1.
3-1. McDonald taking all the way. Russ Douglas is on deck for Cape May. Strike, 3-2. So now Osmondson will be moving no matter what, with the count 3-2 here to Ryan McDonald. Here's the stretch, then the 3-2 pitch, and he struck him out.
Struck him out. Lower leaves a man on first base, but scores 2 runs. And at the 4, Buena Chiefs 4, Lower Cape May Tigers 2, and Jeff and I will be right back after our stations identify themselves. Who's calling me in it? Who's
Welcome back to Lower Cape May. Jeff Michaels, Tom Wallace. There's a score of 4-2 in favor of the Chiefs. Kevin Olson's first pitch to Steve Lombardi's inside for a ball. Lombardi singled and scored back in the second inning. He walked in the third, so Steve 1 for 1 in the ball game here as we play in the top of the 5th. This one's tapped foul.
really on a cold day like this? I'm really surprised that Kevin still has his stuff, about 87, 88 pitches so far. Usually that's about it for a high school pitcher. That's a long way. But he comes out for the 5th.
There's a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Lombardi. Lombardi, Cavaro, and Cifaluglio scheduled up to face Kevin Olson.
Yeah, Kevin's a real competitor. Jack probably asked him how he feels, and
This one's down the third. McDonald over to Douglas.
undoubtedly Olson says, "I am going, coach."
1 away here in the 5th, and Chris Cavaro steps in. Chris popped out to McDonald. Back in the 2nd, it was caught looking in the 3rd, so Chris 0 for 2 here. Struggling a bit today at the plate against Kevin Olson.
I was talking to Kevin last night after they got, or the night before after they got off the bus in the Bridgeton game. And, you know, he told me he was getting a start for this game and he was chomping at the bits, and they really wanted Buena. And 2 on the board. Lower's got to suck it up next 2 innings.
That's a strike, 1-1. Cavaro's driven in 18 runs. He's the 2nd RBI guy on this team. Two balls and 1 strike to him here. There's a strike. 2-2.
Really, most of his strike pitches, Jeff, have been on the outside part of the plate. He's been making a living there most of the afternoon.
Here's the 2-2 pitch to Cavaro. Then bounced right back to the pitcher. Olson has it and throws over to Douglas. 2 gone. So 2 up, 2 down, 5 in a row retired here by Kevin Olson, and that brings up Henry Cifaluglio. Henry struck out in the 2nd, singled and went to 2nd on an error during the same play by the right fielder Dan Olson. So Henry 1 for 2 coming in. That's outside of ball. And the rain, Tom, seems to, I don't know if it's still coming down or
It's coming. Matter of fact, it's getting
worse.
harder.
Yeah.
And the Capers don't want that now, not on the 5th.
No.
They would have liked to have it in the 3rd.
That's up high. 3-0 the count to Cifaluglio with Dan Torres on deck. And there's a walk.
4 straight pitches, Jeff.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The last 9 batters, Tom, the only people to reach have been by walk. Torres, Sepulveda, and now Cifaluglio all walked. Otherwise, Olson's been able to retire them. That's outside of ball.
Well, when we talked in the beginning of the inning about 80-some-odd pitches, it seems as though it's showing now on Kevin. It looks like he's getting a little tired.
There goes the runner, and a bunt is foul. That was a surprise. At least it surprised me.
And I think it surprised everybody because I know McDonald's playing deep at 3rd base.
With 2 out, that was a surprising move, I thought, by Torres to try to dump one down there. Runner was going, too. Here is the pitch. Sliced foul down the right field line and well out of play.
When you go out on the field to play Buena, Hamilton, they always keep you thinking. They do little things that keeps the team thinking. And That's
How
why.
about
That's why they have that manager there and that coach. You know, they're part of the team also. They win the games for the players and they lose games for the players, just like the players do.
Right back. Oh, Olsen got a piece of that, and they're going to get the runner at second. So
That's
give an
good play
assist
by
to
Chu.
Olsen, and Chu made a nice play out there.
Greg hesitated a minute there, thinking maybe to go to first, but he had a good tag on him, made the tag, and that's it. Lowers coming up here in the 5th. Score
4-2.
Yeah.
Buena leads it. We'll be back.
Yeah, we will.
What do you think I couldn't see that for?
We move along to the bottom of the 5th. Russ Douglas in, and he rips this one down the left field line. It's going to be foul. And no play by the left fielder, Sepulveda. 1 strike. Douglas, Tabler, Olsen scheduled up here to face Phil Betts, who looked like he was starting the weekend a bit there in the 4th inning. We'll see what happens here.
Well, that's about as far as Betts went in the Middle Township game before he started to lose it a little bit and Middle started coming back. So I think Salvador is going to keep an eye on his premier pitcher.
Little change. 2 strikes to Douglas. Russ struck out back in inning number 3. He's 0 for 1. 2 runs on 6 hits so far for Lower Cape May. The Chiefs 4 runs on 5 hits. They have not had a hit since inning number 3. That's up high a ball.
If you recall, Jeff, when the Middle Township game, that was Phil Betts' problem before he started walking people and the ball was high and he just lost his control.
He's struggling a bit here, but it counts 2-2 to Russ Douglas.
Well, he doesn't want to lose Douglas and get the fatty part of the lineup up for Lower.
About to make a pitch here. 3-2 the count to Douglas. This one is deep to short. West is up. The long throw, and they gun down Douglas. 1 away. 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Doug Tabler steps in. Doug singled to center. Went all the way around to 3rd where he was left on 3rd back in the 1st, and flew out to the right fielder Cranock back in the 3rd. So Doug is 1 for 2 so far.
That was a key to first inning, Jeff. No outs, man on 3rd, and couldn't bring him in.
And it's been uphill ever since for the Tigers. Taylor gets it down there, but Torres has it. Takes a good look at the ball and throws it high. Oh, and he got him.
Little collision there at first base.
Excellent play by the first baseman, Cifaloglio, to catch that ball that was high and then come down with the tag before he got to first. So Tabler's retired.
Come on, Danny.
2 gone, and Dan Olsen steps in. Dan struck out in the 1st, grounded out. Back to the pitcher in the 3rd. Dan 0 for 2. A cold, windy, and rainy afternoon here at Lower Cape May. Game for first place in the division. This one's fouled back, a strike on Olsen, 0-1. This one is out there to center, but tracking it down and putting it away is Bob Torres to end the 5th inning. Nothing across for the Tigers. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. After 5, the score is Buena 4 and Lower Cape May 2.
Here we are back at Lower Cape May. And the score is 4-2 for the Buena Chiefs. Kevin Olson's still on the mound for Lower Cape May.
Scheduled up as we come in here to the 6th inning. Strike one. Good pitch by Olson is Andy Cranock, Carlos Sepulveda, and Bob Torres.
You're getting good at that because you called
That's
that
what-
one before the umpire did.
This one is the shortstop. Pick up the long throw by Chu, and it gets away, or is actually blocked, but getting in there safely was Cranock. Fielded the ball well.
He had time. He's got a strong arm to get over there. He rushed it. Ball went in the dirt.
Second error of the game for the Tigers. Allows Cranock to be a base runner, and here's Sepulveda, the left fielder. Little lob over to first to let Cranock know that they're watching him. He's back safely. 4-2 the score. Squares to bunt, lays it down, and it's a good one. It's going to get the runner up. Olson's only play is over to first. So a sacrifice moves Cranock over to second.
A smart move by Buena.
So one away, runner in scoring position, and Bob Torres, the center fielder, steps in. Bob struck out in the first, doubled and drove in 2 runs in the second, flew out to center back in the 4th. He's 1 for 3, and he's in here again to face Olson.
Because one more number up on that board would look awful good right now for the Buena Chiefs.
That's what they're trying to build here. This one's fouled out of play down the left field line, strike one. Torres with 11 RBIs from the leadoff position. And he's drawn 18 walks and looks at ball one there.
That's strong for a leadoff position with 11 RBIs. That's real strong.
Torres steps back in. That's outside. That one's foul. Cranock's the runner over at second. I think it's 2-2
You're a good mind reader.
to Torres. Here's the pitch. That one's foul. Count remains at 2-2.
He's a good at bat for Torres. Just fighting off those pitches. That curveball would have snuck right in there.
Buena with a record of 13 up and 3 down overall so far, and Cape May with a record of 11 and 5. I believe they're both 4-1 in the division.
Correct. That's why this is an important game for both teams.
This one's cued foul. Still 2-2 to Bobby Torres with George West on deck.
Have to give a lot of credit to Coach Engler here today, drying off the baseballs. That is his job today.
2-2 to Torres. The change is high, 3-2. One out, and Cranock is on second for the Chiefs as they look to get that extra run up on the board. They already have a 4-2 lead. Stretched by Olson in the pitch. Way outside of ball 4, and he walks him. So runners at first and second, only 1 out. And George West, who is a dangerous hitter but has struggled today, is up. George came in batting .366. He flew out to center in the first.
And here comes Coach Weeks to have a chat with Kevin Olson. And
Think we're going to have a change here?
yeah, I think you might have a little change.
West grounded out to the second baseman in the second and struck out in the fourth. He is 0 for 3.
They're going with Chu, and this is really a smart move. They need the double play. The other night, Chu gave him the double play, and he's a fireballer. Of course, he did pitch a full game the other day.
So we'll see what happens. Pitching change here for the Tigers. It's 4-2 Buena, and the Chiefs are threatening here in the top of the 6th. We'll be back.
You guys deserve a lot of credit out there fighting the weather, because we're nice and warm back here. This is great.
Sounds like a school teacher I used to have.
There's a shot of our
That's Deacon out there.
cameramen fighting this horrible day at Lower Cape May. Rah, guys, there they are.
Tom is going to fill us in here on all the changes as Chu has completed his warm-up tosses. No one's left the game, but they've moved around.
Yeah, they moved around all right, and Joey Hickman came from center field and moved to shortstop to take Greg Chu's place and moved to the mound. Kevin Olson moved to right field, and Danny Olson moved from right to center.
Chu got the double play ball Monday night against Wildwood Catholic. Similar type situation. That's ball 1. The hitter is George West, 0 for 3 today, but a very dangerous hitter and an excellent player for Buena. And a chance to kind of break it open. And he rips it to left. That'll be a base hit. And they're not going to send anybody, so everybody's up a base with the single. So a strong single to left for West. But it was hit so sharply, Cranock was held at third. So you've got Cranock at third, Torres at second, West at first, only 1 out. And here comes Phil Betts with an opportunity to really help himself. Phil flew out to center in the first, struck out in the third, and grounded out to the shortstop back in the fourth.
Well, Chu still has a chance to do his job. That didn't hurt him. Matter of fact, if anything, it really helped him, because
that's low a ball.
now Lower Cape May has the infield in. They're going to play for the home to first double play, or try and cut off this run, because any more runs is going to make that job a lot tougher.
Betts hitting .327 coming in. That's a strike, 1-1.
For somebody that's just got done throwing a full game the other day up at Bridgeton, Chu is really humming the ball.
Oh, challenged him up there.
What a
1-2.
curveball. That thing broke a foot and
Yeah. Bases loaded with Chiefs. 1-2 the count to Phil Betts. Chu with the pitch. Low a ball, 2-2. Steve Lombardi is on deck for Buena.
Real important part of the game here, Jeffrey.
The wind and rain pick up. Here's the pitch. This is tapped over to second. They're going to come home, and not in time. Cranock scores from third, and it's 5-2. And the bases are still loaded on the fielder's choice. That ball was put in a bad spot there, Tom. I mean, he couldn't go back to second. He wanted to cut off any further runs, so he came home, but not in time.
No, you really couldn't do anything about that. Little humpty over the pitcher's mound, and they were off at the crack of the bat.
So everybody's safe on the fielder's choice.
Everybody's safe on the fielder's choice, and this is a chance for Buena to blow this thing wide open on Cape May.
Steve Lombardi in. Looks at ball one. Lombardi's driven in 20 RBIs coming into the ball game. He is the team leader in that category. This one's nubbed behind the plate, foul. Still only one out also, Tom. Chris Kevereau is on deck. Oh, we got him to wave at that one, another strike.
That was a good pitch by Chewy. Took a little bit off that one.
1-2 the count to Lombardi. He reaches out and cues this one into right field, a base hit. And everybody up only one base, but another run driven in as Bobby Torres scores from third. Single to right for Steve Lombardi, and now it's 6-2 in favor of Buena. The bases continue to be loaded with only one out, and Chris Kevereau, the second baseman, steps in. Chris popped out to third his first time up in the second. He was caught looking on strikes in the third and grounded back to the pitcher in the fifth. Chris 0 for 3. Chiefs with a commanding 6-2 lead, and here's a ball ripped out in the left field, and it is going to go, I think, all the way to the wall. Here comes one run, 2 runs are waving everybody in, a bases clearing double for Chris Kevereau, and it is 9-2 Buena. West scored, Betts scored, and Lombardi came all the way around from first to score.
And the floodgates just opened, and Buena has 9 on the board, fans.
Henry Cifaloglio will step in. Henry struck out in the second, singled back in the third, and walked. He's 1 for 2. He walked in the fifth. Whoa! Wild pitch by Chu. That allows Kevereau to move to third.
Balls must be awful slippery now. And baseballs must be awful slippery. Why'd you look at me that way? You give me that funny look. Why would we be knocking them down now? I'll knock somebody down with a 9-run deficit.
I didn't say anything. I just looked over at you.
Do that after somebody hits a home run and comes up again next time after he walks around the bases.
Here's 1-1 the count to, who's up here? Is Henry? There's a, no, that's low,
Wow,
2-1.
what a good pitch that
Yeah,
was.
really. I was waiting for the right arm to
I think
come up
Bloomy
there.
missed that one.
2-1 the count to Henry Cifaloglio. There's a strike, 2-2. Reaches out, excuse me, taps it to shortstop. Higman up and throws. Oh, and he's safe. Beats it out, and another run scores.
I'd like to see that one on replay, fellas, if you could.
I think we have that. Infield single for Henry. His second hit of the ball game, another RBI. 10-2 the Chiefs.
And the sun is coming out here at Wilsey Field for Buena.
10-2. And the rain begins to pick up again here, top of the 6th. That's a strike.
Keep working, keep working.
check the runner over at first. There's a good pitch by Chu. There is still only one out. And 6 runs are in. It's all started when Cranock reached on an error. Called him out. First strikeout for Chu as he catches Danny Torres looking. 2 gone, and the guy that started this thing off, Andy Cranock, steps in. Cranock reached on an error to start things off here in the 6th and later scored. He's 1 for 3.
That was a big breaking curveball that caught the inside part of the plate, and I think really Chu's breaking ball was fooling Bloom a little bit, because it's really a sharp breaking curveball, and it breaks real quick at you.
Whoops. That's a strike. You waited after that one.
You can see that on our center field camera next time we get a shot of that, and Chu throws this slider or curveball that he...
There's a strike. 0-2 the count to Andy Cranock. Fouled out of play, still 0-2.
It's going to be a lot of moms home tonight with soup on the stove. Another good curveball. If you've seen that one on our center field shot.
But there's the score. 6 runs came around in the inning, and Buena has broken open a close game, and they now lead it 10-2 back in the bottom of the 6th right after this. Move the bus. Well, Cape May has their work cut out for him here as Joe Higman takes ball 1 from Betts. It'll be Higman and Olson, Kevin Olson, and Jeff Robinson scheduled up. That's a strike. 1-1. Betts has had 1 bad inning. That was the 4th. He's been in command in every other inning.
He sure has. He's really been pitching a nice game. He's been mixing them up and keeping the batters off balance.
Someone's fouled at the plate.
Got to give these guys from Buena a lot of credit coming into another team's park, all tied up, playing a whale of a game.
Yes, you do. Hickman reaches out and punches us in the center.
Boy, that really held up. I thought that was going to drop there for a minute.
Nope, and Bob Torres was able to come in and put it away, so 1 out here. Last of the 6th brings up Kevin Olson. Kevin flew out to center and singled and scored back in the 4th. Kevin 1 for 2. That's fouled at the plate, strike 1.
Yeah, you still got to give Kevin a lot of credit. He really did pitch a good ball game.
Yep.
It just seemed that those
Threw a lot of
runs,
pitches.
yeah, and those runs just snuck in all over the place.
The rain and wind intensifying here. Here's the pitch to Kevin Olson. That one's foul. 1-2. Be doubly hard to come back now with these conditions. Just deteriorating here.
It's deteriorated.
This one's popped up. It is drifting out of play. Hit the truck.
Just missed. Well, maybe it woke them guys in the truck up a little bit in there.
Oh, they sound pretty lucid still. All right, Olsen hanging in here against Betts. One away in the bottom of the sixth. 10-2 Buena. And he punches him out.
Fastball on the outside part of the plate.
Fifth strikeout for Phil Betts. 2 gone here in the bottom of the sixth. Jeff Robinson, the catcher, steps in. Jeff grounded out to third base back in the second. And hit a solid double back in the fourth. Knocked in some runs. Strike one.
Yeah, Jeff has really been the only bright spot with the bat today. And Buena has keeping the lumber quiet in Cape May today.
That's fouled.
And that's exactly how they've been doing it. Exactly how they've been doing it. Betts would throw the fastball, come back with the curveball, come back with the changeup.
He's pitched a real good game, real smart game.
Well, we were impressed with him when he was pitching in Middle Township. The first 5 innings, he really looked sharp.
Fouled out of play. He's looking to improve his record to 5-0 here, and Buena looking to go 14-3 for the season.
That's got to be tops in the Cape Atlantic right now. Silly to say that, wasn't it?
Right. No, I believe you're right.
5-0. I would have given my eye tooth to be 5-0 pitching.
Fouled.
I used to be the guy that they put in when the score was 21-2.
They say, okay, who pitches here? Who wants to pitch? Foul tip, and it was held. And it was held by the catcher. Another strikeout, number 6.
That ball hit the ground first. That's the problem.
Really?
Yes, it did.
Well, Ump saw it differently.
Yes, he did.
We've played 6, nothing across for Cape May. It's 10-2 the Chiefs. They'll be back with more CAL baseball after this.
Called again.
Well, we won't be back with any more baseball because that's it. We're going to call this after 6 as the Chiefs do it. They whip up on lower here by the score of 10-2. It was a good ball game until they broke it open top of the 6th with 6 runs on 4 hits, and the damage was just simply too great to overcome. And then now the weather conditions being the way they are, they decided to call the game.
Yeah, Buena now still staying 4-1, lower 4-2. It's going to make a log jam now. Lower's going to have to wait for somebody to come along and knock off Buena.
Yep, and we'll be back with more baseball next week, but that'll do it for now. Again, the winning pitcher was Phil Betts. He improves his record to 5-0. Kevin Olsen took the loss. He is now 3-3.
Yep, no.
Thank you. There were no home runs in the game.
3-3.
10 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for the Chiefs, 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Tigers. Going to wrap it up here because of the rain. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next week on CAL Baseball. Take care.